Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and let me take a moment and head up there for just a second. Because this is the new drum room setup. So we're going to be seeing more of that in the coming year. Now that I'm making music, I can come and lay drum tracks down, and you can even hear it fairly well, because the lav mic is a better mic than the camera mic is. No, man, that was the drum room. So the drum room microphone should have been working, and I'll maybe check later to see whether it was producing a noise correctly. I tried to test it. It's new. I only set that up yesterday. And another thing that I can do is I can turn that drum room camera off when not in use. See, now it does this. And my regular microphone's working just fine. I think that probably was making audio for the drums. But that's the idea, is going forward when I go back into the studio and start doing music again, which is not on the agenda for today, I'll be able to put down drum tracks and people can watch and hear me doing it, such as it is. I have also got even another thing too, which is new guitar. Well, not really new guitar, but same deal. It's all about going into the studio, doing stuff, and then being able to lay down any particular kind of noise pretty rapidly. And when I say new guitar, what I mean is I added the new controller. You probably can't see it very well unless I do this. This is the new control. It's one of those rotary switchy things. And I've also added this. I had to drill holes into the fretboard to do it. Here's the pickup switch. There's the volume control. And I am guardedly happy with how this is working out. I did not have that control on this guitar yet until a couple of days ago. So the bridge pickup sounds like this. But then if I engage the new control, set to 5, I can thin it right out, because rather than being a tone control as in a capacitor through a potentiometer to ground, it's now the Delisle pentatone, which is a copy of the Gibson Veritone circuit found in ES345s. So I can bring the mid-range in, dial a mid, or dial a bass. For just heavy guitar, I'm liking the 5 setting, because the way they work is like this. Here's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 1 is a bypass. So you set it to 1 and it's like a treble roll-off. It's a little bit like a regular tone control. But then if you set it to an appropriate tone and then dial back some of the effect, first of all, you can cut down the distortion a huge amount by using this and the volume control. And then when you start bringing it back in, we go from this rather light bass reduced sound to full on. To somewhere in the middle. And that's how you do a heavy guitar sound, or not in the modern like nu metal style, which is lots more gain, although I can set that up too. But when you're doing that, you kind of are bringing in additional amplifier gain stages or stomp boxes and things, and I don't feel that much of a need to do that because I have enough gain on tap here. So I can make it a little heavier or a little lighter. It's almost a Telecaster-like abrasiveness. And that is among the things I've been busy doing. That'll do with that for now. Just in sort of a mode of illustrating some of the things that I've been doing sort of off camera, as it were. So yeah, this has been January. And January is usually about me being really fried from the previous year and kind of trying to recover. And there's been some of that. It's been going fairly well. Like, I have continued to do the reverb making thing to the point where now I am starting to have, if I can find them anyway, I've been making reverb algorithms that are meant to act kind of like an EMT 240. Not the 140, 240. It's smaller and it's kind of edgier. And I was getting some of that stuff happening through sounds like these. And display overlays, you can see it. So what I was doing just last night was grinding through a huge quantity. It started at like 98, and it took this long to get anything that actually worked. But I've got these things here, which are front-loaded echo spaces. And as far as front-loaded echo spaces go, I wonder whether I can run my audio hijack. Oh, audio hijack is always bugging me, insisting upon giving me new things that I'm not actually using. So here's 160F. In such a way that you can hear it, but I can also hear it. And the deal with that there is it's meant to be like an EMT 240, not a 140. It's a gold foil reverb. And I was trying to generate really small ones because the gold foil plate is actually quite small. It's not considered to be nearly as good as the full size, but it has its own qualities. And so what I've been doing is trying to generate, and I got some kind of like this, where 176F, for instance, I get to around a little over 200 and it starts sounding like the full-size EMT 140. But this smaller one, I generated these, and you can see that the tags that this one was generated with just last night, it's purple, blue, green, and red. That symbolizes it has clearness and sonority. The tone sweep didn't make anything come out too loud as a resonance. Blue means it has fullness. Green means the high frequencies are not as extended as they might be, but red means it's super loud, meaning it has sonority. And the end result of that sounds kind of like this. And that might be an effective base for doing an EMT 240, the gold foil reaper. And then I've got my guitar sound. And of course, we have examples of what an EMT 240 actually sounds like. That's a real EMT 240. So it's this. So you can hear that's not that full of a sound, but that's the real one. And you can hear how it's not as bright, it's not as hot and spacious as the real steel plate would be, but it has very much got its own thing going on, and it might be a nice warm-up for being able to do the real one. And yeah. Oh, you mean the one that I played off of the audio file? You mean this one? Does this one sound kind of hollow? It might sound kind of hollow, but that's the real thing. That's a recording of a real hardware plate. And so I have to mimic that hollowness, and I think I can probably do it. I'll figure out how to make that work, because these things, like, they will each have their own place. They'll have sort of like their own purpose. And as a rule, I don't think people go for EMT 240s if they have the full-size one available. But all the same, like, that's the real thing. It's an entirely different concept. And I think it has its own qualities. Like, you hear it on the synthesizer. That's a legit sound. I feel like that's a perfectly legitimate sound. And it might be a nice sort of start for being able to make stuff happen. Yeah, so I've put a bunch of hours into that stuff, whether it be the setting up the drums and the microphone that either you heard or you did not, because it's set up to be kind of dynamically forgiving for the purpose of me being able to track into Reaper and play back stuff and listen to it over the headphones good and loud while not monitoring the drum microphones coming in, and then throwing the microphone in faintly from the drum room mic. And I won't be capturing that one, but that is the lavalier mic that I used to use for making videos with. And I've got it sort of up on the wall in a position where it's acting like a pressure zone microphone. That's something that you can do. You can also, people have done this with, for instance, slightly larger microphones where you'd have it set up on a stand where it could be quite close to the ground. And you have like an Omni mic with a the dime-sized front of it, because it's a small diameter condenser, but it's not an electret. It's not a tiny little condenser. And then what you do is you put it down to the ground, and you separate that from the floor with the width of like a credit card. And it turns it into a pressure zone microphone. what that's doing is it's removing the sound of the that wall of the room. The sound will bounce off of it, and only at the point where it bounces off of it will it get recorded. So I've done something kind of like that with the lavalier. That is so small that I can just sort of nudge it up to the edge of the wall, and it'll do basically the same thing. If you start getting even a half an inch away from the wall, you're going to start getting cancellation effects from the reflection in the extreme high frequencies. And you get a couple of inches away, you're down into the upper mid-range practically. So it's a sensitive thing. Like, to do a pressure zone microphone, you have to be real close to the wall. And I've got that lav set up to do that. I've engaged its loudness filter. It's got a 6 dB down switch on it, so I engaged that. And I set the microphone up on the camera. Hopefully it works. I suppose I could go and test it again. If you put that mic in a corner between two walls and floor or ceiling, it'll be a double or triple pressure zone microphone, but you'll have to be able to you'll have to hide the capsule somewhere where it literally goes right up to the edge or right up to the corner. Yes. In other words, yes, that is a thing. That would totally work. In fact, I've tried it. The drum recordings that I have from, what would it have been, 2017, 2016? I've got, like, Airwindows Kit A, Kit B, buried in my website somewhere. They're downloadable samples that I put out. And that's essentially a MIDI triggerable EX624, because I was on Logic at the time, drum kit where you can play the hats and the toms and the snares and the kicks and all that kind of stuff. And it doesn't have round robining, but it has velocity levels. And all the velocity levels are legit natural, like, volumes of drum hit. And that was recorded with two small diameter condensers up in the wall-to-ceiling junction behind me, behind the drum kit. So it was like trying to put a drum miking kind of like overheads and kind of not. And it sort of worked, but it was really dark, and I'll tell you why. It's because I had the microphones. They were Studio Projects. I don't remember the name. It was a Studio Project small diameter condenser, and they had unscrewable elements. And the way those worked is they were like roughly dime-sized condenser mic elements. And so I had them up at the corner of the wall and ceiling, flat. And I did not attempt to do them along one wall and making a slot facing the ceiling or the wall, which would have been actually the more correct choice. But at the time, that's not what I was doing. Instead, what I did was I had them going like, and I think it's because I have some room treatment in there, or at least wall treatment, and so what I did was I had the body of the mic along the corner. And what that meant was that all sound coming in was at 90 degrees off axis. And that basically killed my high frequency response. Like, I think I had the microphones pointing outwards, and so they were, in theory, picking up more spatiality because the high frequency response was pointing at the sidewalls. In theory, that should have worked. In a way, it kind of worked. But also in a way, it didn't really work, and it was really quite far away from what people typically wanted to hear from, like, mic'd drums, particularly since this was in post-2000. So it was too unusual of an experiment. It was too unusual of an experiment to do particularly well. Although, if I'm not mistaken, I used that same recording technique for tracks that ended up going up on YouTube, songs that I did back in the day. I did a cover of a Brony Fandom song, Rainbow Factory. And so I'm flogging away on the drums for this heavy rock / heavy metal song. It was almost metal-like. I was using an Engel 630, if I remember correctly, rack-mounted amp head into some kind of, I don't remember what it might have been just DI, honestly. It might have been what I ended up doing. At the time, I was working with a bunch of different kinds of pieces of equipment, generally relatively affordable. My resources were very limited at the time. But I was able to get the Engel. I got a bass SansAmp RBI at one point and was trying to track into that until I figured out that I didn't like the sound that it was getting and stopped. But for a while there, I was trying to make music using gear that people considered to be desirable, and yet it didn't work at all for what I was trying to make happen. And which is a thing that you can do. This is why I'm always wary of recommending that anybody do anything. And yeah, I did this track that, I could probably even, we've got Chromium open. You've heard this one before. That was something of a famous concept from people. So I can get to the relevant page here. But that is not the one. This got demonetized on the back of this image only. So let's see. As you can see, not many subscribers there, but this was something that I did. This is where the counterpart video went. Here, let me make it so that I can actually hear what's happening, even if it's in a limited way. Man, it's like 7 years ago and more that all of this was alive. I think it's chugging because this is such a disused channel that they are restoring it from somewhere. This is a much younger me, 7 years ago. These guys are all very chattery. Let's talk to this one. And that's the video game that I made. It does not run on YouTube well at all, but I was making this years ago. You'll also know I did a City Skylines UHC 8 years ago and invented things for that. We had all manner of stuff, like this was a beneath the server running this 1.7.10 Craft Bucket mod and dig down into a world of danger and exploration. Are defended. This is glorious loot. A voiceover. Hideous danger. Experimental geography awaits. Brought to you by brothersjohnsongames.com. I have given up trying to do that. It's never worked for me. Trying to sound like Trailer Guy has never ever worked for me. And yeah, there is stuff that I've done. If I go back far enough, there's going to be some songs in there too. And back in the day, yeah, this was me, I did this. Look, this is a baby me. 10 years ago.
He's written an ungodly number of words about writing and narrative and story.
This is why I could
and all
never
that
get a
kind of
date.
stuff.
I looked
It's
like
the
a
most
child
enlightening
when I was
stuff I've
over
ever.
40. Go figure. And these things got some people discovering the videos and watching them. And then here, ooh, and this is one of my albums too. Pretty sure I can find it. Yep, sure enough. So this was what I was doing 11 years ago. And this is a popular song in the fandom I was playing around
Now a
with.
rainbow's tale isn't quite as nice as the story we knew of sugar and spice. But a rainbow's easy once you get to know it with the help of the magic of a big sister ice.
Guitars, Engel 530, whatever. And drums are literally what AT333 said. The mic in a corner between two walls, but they're not pointed at the drums. I didn't write this song. This is I didn't write this Yeah, it's its own thing. It's something.
In the rainbow factory, where your fears and yours come true. In the rainbow factory, where not a single soul gets through. In the rainbow factory, where your fears and yours come true.
Those drums sound very unlike what drums are supposed to sound like at the time. And that's a guitar. This would have done pretty well with like console MC, which was years away from me. But this is 11 years ago in the box. Airwindows. Trying very hard to make everything sound like it was a screen. It's like 5 computers. Oh yeah, no, I hated my voice.
Where your fears and your horrors come true. In the rainbow factory, where not a single soul gets through. In the rainbow factory, where your fears and your horrors come true. In the rainbow factory, where not a single soul gets through.
And that was the song. Yeah, so those were things that I did back in the day. All towards a, like if we compare that to, say, I invoked a song. Let's audio hijack again. No sound yet.
Not dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. Your eyes for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got your eyes for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see.
Like this, or indeed the more recent remix.
Isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got your eyes for me. This isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got your eyes for me. This isn't
the vocals are still struggling more than a little bit, but you know, it's all trying to get stuff to happen. It's all trying to get music to happen. And place this up. And let me take a moment and see how my fire is doing. I think it's doing okay. So, seeing as this is Airwindows Stream Day, namely Thursday, this might be a good time to jump back into what I was doing before. I'm pretty sure, I can check, but I'm pretty sure that I've got it set up to be, I'm not sure if it should be in science and technology, but I've got the Godot thumbnail. You can see it there. And so we'll maybe see about getting back into that and seeing if we can do anything else, because we went through a slow and laborious process. Yes, Tuesday. It took literally forever, it seemed. But we got from basically nothing in hours of empty nothing to, hang on while I resize the thing, to being able to, actually that's going to take a while to run, isn't it? Well, we'll wait for it. We got from basically nothing to being able to do this. And when I say this, what I mean is we're running the program and it's generating a room miles in size. Might not be literal miles in size. Honestly, if I was thinking, I would have dialed back the size of the generate, but there it is. Generating a room, an empty room this big. We had the screen there. We've got this little window, which is a glimpse into the screen. It's like a little zoom in. And then we can quit out of there and scale the whole thing way the heck back so that we can run it more efficiently. We'll make it just 1000. And this is specifying whether anything is generated inside that. So we run it again. It'll be much quicker now. And we can zoom in. And the idea is that we can use this space to create a sort of like Conway's Life, only not, with my notebook with ideas in it. I've got data structures and things written down, a whole bunch of different ideas to be pursued. Like what I've got written literally here, it says, Howling Game Darkest Dungeon Affliction System, except replace stress trope with play of facial expressions, because I've also put a bunch of effort into being able to do code that would correctly represent mood by facial expressions. And there's another fellow who's done this for years. I just didn't think his art was supporting the idea very much, but I liked what he was after. And my image there was like this little cat face with those spikes are from Darkest Dungeon. Or indeed the reverse, which would be the smiling guy, and those are hearts, and so it would be a positive thing. it says, in further notes, it says Slime Rancher AI needs and wants. And that's because I watched a video by the developer of Slime Rancher, and he was talking about what he did. And he said that the stuff that he was working on, the AI that he did was not actually all that impressive. It's just that in action, it looks like more than it is, because you're watching things behave and operate, and the sort of epiphenomenon of what is produced out of the interacting rule sets makes it seem like there's more there than there is. So I added to that howling needs, because this game would be called Howling from the Moon. Food, oxygen, and wants would be like F, pick fights, and possibly generalize from observation somehow. And when I say that, what I mean is, if I have if each of these dots is like a different species, like you look at this here, it's like this one that the cursor is on, except for it's too hard to move them around, but we'll try. We'll move until it arrives at one. Okay, so this one that the cursor is like right next to can represent an entity in this game. And if we're basing it on the concept of it's a moon colony and there's different species there, we can run with like the furry thematic and go, that's a fox. So then what does it want to do? It could be looking for another fox to make little foxes. It could be looking for a wolf. It could be looking for who knows what. It could be starving and looking for food. But what you see is a pixel. And the idea is to represent that in some way that, like the ideas I had going on. A further note that I made is PetPixel/Icon AI. When I was a kid, I wanted to make a game on the Apple II computer and call it PetPixel and have it doing things like this. And these pages are full of just observations from basically GDC talks that I downloaded off of YouTube and stashed away on Blu-ray recordable. So I'd be watching one of these while like doing my exercises at night and making notes as much as I could on what it was saying. Like, I've got building classes like in Magic the Gathering, colors by SML with flyers, fill in every variation and flavor. So it's like, that's because I watched a Magic the Gathering video and they had things designed into, we need for this release of cards, we need this many small things, this many medium things, this many large things. These are flyers. Once we have that figured out, then we populate that with what needs to happen. I've got another note, and it says business model Fallout franchise. Fallout 1 isn't even 3D, just hints at the property. And I've added ability to complete these incremental stages. And that's kind of where we're at looking at this particular thing, because right now, the concept, the conceit for this thing where we're scrolling around on something that is the surface of the moon, like literally, obviously, we're moving around on something that is clearly the representation of the moon. And that means we can, for instance, go, this is a giant crater. This is Orientalis. I know what this is. So you can make a giant moon base here. Or we could do a thing where we are trying to populate a 3D map and cause it to follow the geometry. Because this is a grayscale height map, is what we're looking at. It's not a rendition of the moon with, for instance, the light coming from a particular direction. This is straight up a height map. So that means it could be turned into a 3D map. And we're not seeing that. We are seeing literal height information from NASA of the moon. And that could be turned into a model, but we don't necessarily have the ability to do a 3D model that is like 163 at 4 by 8192. Maybe could. It would be pretty detailed, but what would be more effective is to generate it in such a way that you were creating a mesh on the fly based on where you were so that it could be detailed in this area. Say, I'll zoom into this dark spot here. And we can zoom into that on the close-up image. And you can see how many pixels that is. But you can also see that it is the height map has that being quite low. And you could make a 3D space that just kind of followed whatever the height is for whatever location we're at and just wander across the surface of the moon. And if that is, say, big enough that a guy walking would take like 10 seconds to cover each one of these pixels, and we can generate it on the fly, well, now he's walking across a giant desert, and now he's come to a cliff, and you can go up the edge of the cliff and then see it drops to a lower space here. And all that comes out of this very limited data set. But wait, there is more possibilities to working with this kind of thing. Because we can define locations and things, and we've got basically a grayscale image with a alpha channel. Now, nothing's really stopping us from generating something from a more complicated image than that. And I'm really thinking about it. Honestly, I'm thinking about getting my first cup of coffee of the day, but I'm also thinking about diving further into this and seeing what else I can make happen. For instance, the details I have written down here were about overlay onto the lunar surface map. That's this. That's what you see. A second map, adjacent rooms, floor layout of bases, tunnels, but tunnels are compressed in length, so walking is the same as having vehicles. That's not quite what this is, but it's kind of like what this is. Sebastian, I do not think that you can have 16... The deal with the difference between 16-bit 44.1K and 24-bit at, I guess you've got 192 written down there. There's a heart sign obscuring it, making it difficult to read, which is typical for YouTube, I suppose, that they try to do their things and yet their marketing nonsense gets in the way. You feel the difference more than you hear it. You have to work at it to hear it in a consistent way, but our experience of sound is not about what we can make happen in a consistent way. Our experience of sound, and this has a lot to do with what I'm trying to do with the reverbs, like how hard I'm trying to get a plate reverb or room reverb sounds with qualities that I'm trying to approach through generating these things, billions by now of potential options, rendering out hundreds of possibilities, going through them one by one and making, like, the bit that I played earlier, because I played one of the ones that I generated yesterday. I went through and tried to generate plate-like sounds at a very small size. And the first 100 or so that I made, which got generated, I made audio files out of them. I tested the size of the audio file to see whether it was incompressible enough that it was going to have the right tonal quality to it. And the first 100 or so failed. I sat there for 2 hours generating audio clips, testing to see how large the file size was, and throwing them away, unheard. And it's all because what I'm trying to do is generate these algorithms where if you're listening to the output of the plugin, it vibes like a natural space or like a gold plate or like a steel plate. And yet, you could end up in a situation where a trained listener could compare that to like bog standard Logic basic reverb, platinum verb or something like that, set up correctly. You could have a situation where even a trained listener will occasionally not be able to tell the difference. The point is, when you're in the situation of trying to work creatively, is it always going to give you back inspiring good sound? Or is it going to give you back problems that are not common enough that you can, like you said, trained listener can hear that versus untrained listener cannot, and they make mistakes and they don't get it every single time? It's not really about, does the untrained listener listening on earbuds or who knows what, listening on their cell phone, do they pick out that you're using the fancy reverb rather than the DAW version 10 times out of 10? Versus, do they occasionally get a hint of this is really good? One that leads them onwards to listen further. Because that's really how, in my experience, that's how that side of stuff works. And this is how this thing works. So yeah, that just touched on something that has been very significant to me over the years. And I no longer even worry about the trained listener stuff. I know that what I'm pursuing lies beyond that kind of thing. And it's just a question of how well I can develop it, really. Yeah. Tuesdays and Thursdays are also my voice exercise days, and so this is going to get exhausting. But the thing that we're doing here in Howling from the Moon is figuring out what kinds of things we can make happen. And I'm wondering whether maybe it might be worth me transferring to something else. And when I say that, look, see, here's my information. For instance, let's say population text. So there's a thing that I've got. We've got a list of species. And I think this is not really very well evaluated, but this is generated from something else that I had, which, if I'm not mistaken, I went on the internet location FurryMuck, and I did a massive dump of every single creature. For instance, there were 25 cats spelled capital C-A-T, and this is them. One of them, well, I guess one of them is not my character. There's a cat question mark. There's somebody else entirely. We've got a variety of centaurs and things. Sometimes people specify a Latin species. You got one, like there was apparently a bunch of bunnies. These are the names of players, characters. Coyotes. These are also the names of the players, but we're not taking any of those. But the purpose of this was to do the massive dump and see, like there, 48 dragons. And I went through and processed that file and got to where... Oh, here's another interesting thing. Oh, no, that is a other thing that I made once. This generates names from languages. That's a different thing entirely. Here we have a way of using MPEG to take a video shot off of this little device that I've got and crop it to the range of the face shown on the video, but then also respeed and repitch it and also chop down the frame rate all at the same time, so that you wind up with a little video clip that sounds like a cartoon character but has video of a face that is matched to the audio. And that's the technique for that. That lives here as well. This is a little note to myself where, if you don't have an arc, you don't count in a character. There is a note for doing lip sync of mouths. So sim populations, I think that is, yep. Here's some of my data for what's going to go into Howling from the Moon. For instance, Howling Locations is just world building around the craters and things that I have there. And that's not this is not necessarily what we're keeping. But at this time, I had gone through this. I had a map, which is not represented at the moment, although I have drawings of it and stuff. I have locations. This is an overall total and build-outs for the key locations there. Main transportation backbones and stuff. And I determined that you'd have these main areas with little sub-places typically associated with craters. I guess the idea is that you'd find things on the surface through the use of craters. And yeah, there's a bunch of backstory there that may or may not ever make it to what we're doing. This is male and female names from just internet collections of those things. And the idea there is these don't repeat. And if I'm not mistaken, I've got like 1,000 of them. And we've got like 1,000 names. Also got female names. So what I'd be doing is maybe dialing this down, but using it in some kind of way where I can have the numbers come through and generate algorithmic names. Like, I want to say algorithmic, I want to say programmatic, but what we're really thinking about is generative. I've got two different things, moon locations and howling locations. What are each of those? That's the one that I just saw. And that's going to be about this. Oh, no. Moon locations, I was working with the map that I had and was building it out so that you'd have all these different little locations, each with their own little moon-based settlements. And I calculated out what kinds of people were where. For instance, Sea of Serenity, Aliacensis, which is a crater, is a medium-sized crater of a given shape and so on, and it contains 4 adults and a senior scientist. And I had generated this somehow. So there's our big thing there. I did calculations like this. I got this information. This is looking up all of the different kinds of animal that you can have, and this is their DNA measurements. Like, I guess it's how many base pairs. And the idea with hybridization in this game was that if you had the same number of base pairs, like coyote and chicken, would mean that if you had these constructed species, turns out you could make hybrid coyote chickens. Kind of like Roadrunner on acid. Terrible idea. But you'd have that kind of stuff going on. But then if you were trying to do... Oh, and the dog is a 78. So, if I'm not mistaken... trying to look for the other 32. I do have human included in here, but we're not using them. And let's see, so the idea with this is I went through and calculated it out so that if you had the genomes match, it would be based on sort of least common multiple of the things. And so I generated that you'd have 1-to-1 odds for something breeding with itself, given whatever other limitations were involved. And then these are the numbers that are generated through, say, if you had a least common multiple and it's 32 base pairs for these and 64 base pairs for those, then that's going to be a smaller number, and then the likelihood gets lesser and lesser as you start getting very unlikely matches. 32 trying to match with 78 becomes extremely unlikely, and there's, like over here, hang on, wrestling with the windows as always. Oh, can we even do this thing? Let's try to do this thing. So you'd have a situation where, say, these are the possible crosses, and it's stepping upwards each time. So smallest numbers, we're calculating it across everything. Largest numbers, it's already been included in all these other calculations, and so therefore, bears with apparently 78 wolves, 2,813 to 1 against that actually amounting to anything. And the most unlikely pair is either that or it's maybe something up here. I feel like it's not actually producing smaller numbers until you go on, and all of that is really quite arbitrary. But I worked out the math anyway, because this is a game that I felt like doing. And I ended up doing world building like this. So you'd have 1-to-1 odds. These things would interbreed in the concept of they're constructed animals that are basically people in different forms. And the genomes match. And for that reason, in certain parts of it, like the canids interbreeding is pretty legit. Like, that's normal. You'd expect that. Other things like squirrel and snake, deeply weird. And yet, if these are all constructed species, you could just hand wave it away and be like, okay. Or like eagle and silver fox, that becomes a story point. You wind up with like, and then these heroic creatures that were foxes with wings came to save the day or something. And it's one of the things that got produced by this world unfolding in the way that it did. Cats apparently cross with mustelids. Who knew? And it's all based on the DNA, but that's not necessarily made explicit in the game. It would be something that you would go, oh yeah, by the way, it's associated with their DNA. And then you kind of try to find out what's happening. And then you've got the ever-increasing odds, and these are sorted in increasing unlikeliness up to the least likely crosses. Because again, these are all going to be basically just constructed creatures that are actually people, but they have genetically engineered bodies. And they're trying to interbreed because they are on the moon and the Earth is blown up in some kind of catastrophe. And it's just them. And they are surviving in this post-apocalyptic condition and essentially trying to repopulate. Like, it would be down to, this is your starting, the idea becomes, this is your starting situation. I even ran a model. And so I did this. And that's running a model based on what I started with and a set of populations of all these things based on the populations that existed on Furry Muck. I started with that. And then started running, and I used it in dice and paper rather than writing a program for it at this time, to see how this would unfold as a game. And I'm writing stories about like what actually happened with these. For instance, there's a lot of stuff in there, and I'm just generating them based on like, this is what happens. This particular species, all that ended up happening was they generated a bunch of males and then couldn't continue. Or they would be not doing anything and it'd be like, okay, let's tell a story around it. Like the tigers continue I only need to have a couple of kittens, if that. And so their numbers did not increase. And I'm just going and saying that, yeah, that's all that happened, and writing a little story around it. There was a area where it was just rabbits, and so it would be a rabbit enclave. And it would just kind of go. That ended up being a sort of on-paper game to just generate the concept of, can you run this as a simulation and what happens when you do that? And so that was a early run of the concept as a simulation to see whether there was anything interesting in it, to see what it did. And there's my list of genes again. I'm pretty sure I just tried to look this up on the internet, so it's not necessarily even correct, but for game purposes, it's acceptable. So you know what? I am going to run Audio Hijack again. So I can hear what it's doing. I'm going to make a cup of coffee, and I'm being cautious about going too hard with that because it's not healthy, but I feel I can do a little bit of it anyhow. And we're going to play some music for you while I go and make coffee and fill up my water bottle, because that's what I should be drinking more of anyways. There will come days when I am in the studio making music like this again. This just happens to not be one of those days. weirdly amazing cup of espresso. It's a new kind of bean, and it came out like strangely viscous and foamy, and I'll find out whether it's wonderful or whether maybe it's terrible. Hopefully it's not terrible. It's all right. It's all right. So, where we are at, as far as jumping into this game again, when I get up in the morning, what I do is make a regular kind of coffee rather than an espresso, and put some stevia in, which is like sugar, only it's artificial, but it's not really artificial, but it's not a sugar sweetener. And then this kind of creamer that I get, super creamer at this store, which also has some stevia in it, interestingly, and is also apparently lactose reduced. Super creamer is weird stuff. Like, it's a brand that is in supermarkets now, or at least where I am, it's in supermarkets. And one of the funny things about it is that it seems to be strangely invincible to going bad. Like, I got some and looked at the expiration date for the first time, and rather than being like, I don't know, a month out or whatever, it's like, yeah, 2026, something insane like that. So I'm like, oh my goodness. It's a little worrying. It's like drinking Twinkies, completely artificial materials. But I make morning coffee that way. If I drink too much of that, my body sort of implodes and doesn't work properly. So where we're at is in part thinking about how this all is meant to work. So we have the ability to, let's see. Indeed. So we can do this. Now these are being drawn as 255, and they seem to be able to do that. So that is drawing it over the like what we're seeing here. The differences in shades of gray are not actually what's being represented here. The differences in shades of gray is purely and entirely a transparent layer being drawn and cut through this black material onto the background. I am reasonably confident that's how that's working. I'm not entirely sure why it's doing that. Feels a little funny. Also, you can see the not perfectly randomness of it. Hey, Bruce Wayne. This is going to be another Godot day, and we've got all of this stuff going on. For instance, the ability to read a random value from the underlying image and bust it into three features and kind of observe what they are. For instance, this is drawing a random value from here. See, what I'm talking about is the ability to take this underlying map and just be constantly reusing this data over and over again in different ways. And have it all work on the basis of it's seeded from a image. It's just this giant image, which looks like the surface of the moon as a height map. But what it really is a distribution of probability values, because that height map. This that you see, this has been adjusted in such a way that the range of values it contains across its entire ginormous titanic space goes from 0 to 255. It's just that the likelihood of the extreme values to show up is strikingly reduced. Like we've got, say, that dark area there. Or do I even have it lined up correctly? I feel like the center of this should line up on whatever it is I'm looking at. But there's areas in some of these craters that should represent as like literal black. I'm not really seeing them at the moment, but see, there's one. So there's going to be a crater around somewhere where it goes all the way to dark and black. But those are very unlikely values. And as we start reading values, we can convert them into other things. For instance, we're reading a series of values off, it's randomized off of this, and this 2 gets changed around rather wildly. See, it's 5, it's 0. This one here also changing around somewhat wildly. This one is sticking to 3s and 2s. Because it is not drawing from a truly random number, it's drawing from this underlying data set. That means that this random number drawn from the image that we see going along here has to be up to 255 for this number to be 5. It has to be 0 for this number to be 0. That's a rare occurrence. And let's go and look at Bhutan again. And this is what we started out with before we had any of this visualization stuff, before we had the spyglass to look in upon it, any of that stuff. And we moved away from the other thing that it was doing, which was when we clicked the button, it was drawing something here, although right now it's not. And why is that? Probably because this is reading directly, whereas if I tell it to do this, it's drawing a burst of 8,000 pixels in this area. That's a very finely graded, it's quite something. So what does num do? Let's find out. You got it backwards. That's not num, that's mun, as in Kerbal Space Program, which calls the moon the mun. So that's the name of this object here, which is just a node. It doesn't have any other identity, but it does have a script attached to it, and it has also got this attached, meaning that it can be reached from anywhere in anything just by putting the percent sign there. And then we've got these things attached to it. And we've got a camera, and we're doing things like moving around over the big picture here. Color rects are just background images. And we got mun draw display. So this is just sort of testing information. All that does is illustrate stuff about being able to read a number using getPixel. Have a color, which I've set to be the red. So maybe one of the things that could be done going forwards is use the fact that images can be RGBA. Oh, do I know? I am not sure. I had forgotten that there was a Kerbal too. And I am most certainly not a university prof. I didn't even graduate universities. My mental conditions and handicaps led to me just having to teach myself stuff. But it has led to me being able to do different things than other people, so that's worth something. I'm not the guy that you want to turn to for, like, please make me an FFT fast Fourier transform. You learned that in school, right? And it's like, nope, I sure didn't. I wasn't able to do school. Never could. But let's see. First of all, I think I'd like to put another log in my fire. I gotta always remember that. All the other things that I'm doing, I do have to remember that. So let's get that going. It's going to be warm today, so I'm not going to need nearly as much fire as usual. About a week or so ago, it was so cold. I've actually got Kerbal, so if people really wanted to do a Let's Play day of playing Kerbal, we could do that. Let me know if that becomes something you'd much rather do than this. Part of the reason I'm doing this is because I know it's incredibly tedious, but I have to do it anyhow. And I have the feeling that sometimes if you're able to finally do something that's amazing, people look at it and go, oh, wow, that's so cool. Did it just arrive like magic? Are you a wizard? Did you go poof? And being able to show people, like, this is what I went through in order to do this. This was me starting this program off, and these are the things that I struggled with. And being able to refer to that, to go, look at this. This was me doing this back in the day, when I didn't really understand. I figured these things out as I went. This is what it looked like as I figured them out. That's kind of what I'm trying to represent. And it may or may not be relevant, but whether or not it's relevant, it's like, well, but this is what I'm doing to see what happens. And the concept behind this game idea, I think this coffee is actually pretty good. It's a different kind of coffee bean. I got the different kind of coffee bean and I ground it using exactly the same settings as usual, but then it was unusually sticky and required more pressure for the espresso maker to do its thing. And that was interesting. I wasn't really expecting that very much. So here's something that I'm going to do now as I am thinking of it. I'm going to go into Godot projects. Here's some things that I could learn from. There's different ways of doing stuff. I'm never sure whether I can learn from things like that or not. I don't always understand how these things work. But here is something that I am going to option drag out of here because we're going to edit this in place. It is a PNG file, which if I re-import it, I'll be able to re-import it. I'm going to choose Affinity Photo to look at it this time. Like if I use Preview, we've got this. This is the, oh look, it's the big old graphic. In fact, we can kind of sort of see where the dark areas kind of live here and here. Also, I feel like maybe the dark, well, no, I've got a background plate for these, so that's not going to count. The idea is that there is a spot in this, probably around here, that is 100% perfectly white. And then there's a spot probably around here or here, where there's a pixel that is 100% black. And between those things, every single number is represented at least somewhere. But the distributions, that's another story. Because what we're doing is running a pseudo-random number generator where it's going to offset into the grayscale value of these things from 0 to 255 and begin jumping wildly around like you do with pseudo-random number generation. But rather than going off the basis of generating pseudo-random numbers entirely from just the overall number space, we're skipping randomly around in this image. And so every step of the way, we're tending to return values that are like middle gray. But that's changing the distribution of everything. So that's weighting the randomness in powerful and subtle ways and making it its own thing rather than just, this is my pseudo-random number generator, it's supposed to be flat. This is not supposed to be flat. This is supposed to be a very eccentric approach. And I've dragged that elsewhere. And what I can do is open it up in Affinity Photo. So I use that stuff rather than Adobe. And we're going to do some things to it. And we're not sure how zoomed in we are. I don't suppose it really matters. So we are in grayscale, so you can kind of sort of, well, you can see here, channels, grayscale D50, composite intensity, and composite alpha. But what I'm thinking of doing is altering that. And let's turn this into, see, document. So convert format ICC profile, which you can't see because it's off screen, but let's see what we get from this. See? Convert. So we don't need to care about the profile. We're going to be discarding that. All the profile is sort of gamma of what colors get shown as what. Rendering intent and so on. But instead of that, we want to go to a different color mode. And here's our options. And that will make the size of this file expand enormously, but then I'll have more to work with. And it should still load into Godot just fine, but it might start acting differently in Godot, and that'll be interesting too. More relevantly, that then means we can start editing individual channels and saving it as a PNG file losslessly. And a lot more information will be involved then. So gray and alpha. PNG does allow alpha. I'm assuming it's going to continue to honor alpha. It's 134 megapixels. So this is a big old image. But then that was always the intent. We're going to make it much bigger than that. And watch my poor little computer struggle to handle it. Boom. And we'll call it a generic RGB profile because we really do not care. We'll turn off black point. I honestly don't know what some of these things mean. The rendering intent perceptual or relative colorimetric was what it was defaulting to. I'm pretty sure that just shows how it shows on the screen, and I don't really need to care about that. Like how it shows on the screen won't matter. All I care about is the numbers. I convert it, and it's still 134 megapixels, but the amount and RGB A8, that's what we're looking for. So we can turn on and off composite values this way. Weirdly, it's rendering it as, and we can edit these things in different ways. But if I have alpha engaged, then I can see what the different channels are trying to do. And if any one of the channels is being rendered, it's showing it as grayscale, but this is actually an RGB thing. So we can assume, for instance, that the red channel is the one we want the height information on. That means that every other one can be something else. So let's start by excuse me, saving. And by that I mean export. That's correct. Let's not resample. Estimated file size, it's busy calculating that. Oh goodness. So it's going to go to 18 megs. You could also do things like JPEG compression with this, at which point you would have a more randomized, different data set. It's just that you wouldn't have any control over what was happening where. You'd have a much smaller file, but the problem with using JPEG compression on a concept like this, it'll mess with the values of everything very subtly. But I can't guarantee that it will always uncompress. Like if I could guarantee that it would always uncompress the same way, that would be a legitimate answer. So let's export that. And we're not inside here. Instead, we're going to be inside here. And it's going to go there, and it's going to replace what is already there. And off it goes. It's a fairly quick computer. Meanwhile, our original file was 14.2 megs. Our new file is 19.2 megs. That is absolutely fascinating. I know I had grayscale and alpha, but I have added more than that. I'm guessing it's just more, that would be it. It's just more compressible. Because PNG is not raw data. Uncompressed, it's a whole bunch of data. But compressed, it's a fairly accessible thing. So the fact that I just added 3 identical channels for everything is not changing how this is working. So now that we've done this, we're going to quit out of here for now without having done anything here. We've got our alpha channel. We've got all of this stuff going on. Believe alpha, maybe I can show alpha directly. Yeah, alpha is either purely black or purely white. I think it's being rendered as purely white, meaning that there is no transparency here. But this is where the transparency would live if I had it. Quit out of Infinity Data. Do not save. Back into Godot, and now we're going to re-import. Import that as an image. Now let's see what we've got if we run it. It still runs. Then the question becomes, what if we start messing with it? Like, here's our button press thing. So, see, color equals, 1.0 for alpha would be the white color. 1.0 for that would be red. And what we're doing is we're setting a bunch of random pixels, but we're using the random feature that this has rather than just trying to draw all of them. But this is setting pixels on the data set. Now if we do this and hit the button, it does that. So why it's doing that is another question. But we can see that it is, in fact, been rendered on our background image. And we can go back into Affinity Photo. And we're just going to mess around with some of these things, knowing we can always go back to what we had. See if we've got the do not open recovery file. That's fine. This is our RGB version. We're kind of up in the corner here. So that's the area that we're editing. This is what we're drawing on top of. And if we go in to only draw on certain things, we can do a little elliptical marquee tool and start blanking out stuff in interesting ways. For instance, we have composite red selected with the, and you can't see it because I've moved this around, but now you can. So all of this is visible, but we can make this stuff go away. And what I've got down here is the pencil drawn on different areas. So we've taken away the blue area. And I can take away only the blue area here, retaining only green. We could take away alpha, but it's not going to really do anything other than just make an empty hole in the space. That's what we were doing with the big square filled with guys. Each of these are 0 to 255 numbers on every pixel of this image. And we're retaining red as that's our grayscale image. We start including other stuff with it, and all of a sudden it looks very different because we've removed blue from the overall thing, and we've removed green from the overall thing. And we could even go into alpha well, let's turn everything on, but we only have drawing on alpha, and then do another little, hang on, it's trying to draw that from the center, so I'll want to do it like this. And now there's a hole in the alpha. We could have this all drawn as transparent. And now if we save this, I wonder if I could just save it. Let's find out. I don't think it did. I think it's expecting to just, if you hit save, it's going to do a Affinity Photo version. In fact, it's not available as a save. So instead, we're going to export again. Because we've left the red channel alone, we're going to get into 2D shaders. I don't think resample is going to matter because we're not actually changing the size. I could rescale all of this in this way. But let's see. So PNG export. Very good. We're going to replace it in place, and then we're going to re-import it, and we're going to see what it does in game. And I'll bet you one of the things that it does is that area with the alpha is going to now show us black. Though we may not need to even... back we go. We're going to re-import. Run it again, and hey presto, look at that. So this is a full color image, but we're only trying to use one color. We're trying to use the red side of things and draw that as this image. Alpha is producing the holes through to black, and that's because we have a card, a color card underneath it. And these other channels, the next step is to make the 2D shader and apply it so that we no longer see any of this stuff. I mean, arguably we can show the alpha channel showing through, but then maybe not. Maybe that's not desirable because the key would be to have different shaders for different things. And we can easily go with a alpha channel where the alpha represents data, and like 255 or a complete color of white means solid. It means as far as data is concerned, you're just looking through to, like, there are no tunnels or holes anywhere. And then you multiply the grayscale, which is found in channel R. And if it is 255 in the alpha, you draw it directly. And if it is not, you fade it in some way without making that much of another change. You show a faint shadow of the underlying thing. And then this zoom in area, which I might or might not keep it as this size. Like, it's a little tiny window, but it might be too tiny of a window. It's just a visual cue. And what you'd do is you'd have this area rendered as just a faint hint of what the tunnels were, but then this would have a different shader in which it would directly show what is underneath, like this. So all the areas that would be navigable would be black with other stuff drawn on top of it, and then you'd only have a hint of it because it would be two different shaders doing it. And neither of them would show this yellow or this magenta. So that becomes a whole other thing. That becomes a material in a 2D shader. So the next question is, how do we do that? Let's find out. So we're diving right back into the zone of I have no idea what I'm doing, and I have no idea how to approach this. Watch and see what happens. Here we've got our camera. There we've got moon draw display. How do I go about applying a shader? First of all, let's go back to scene. These things are fine the way they are. I'm not worried about that. But what I've got here is I've got one texture rect and then I've got something else. Oh, Spyglass is also a texture rect. That explains it. So there's my main window, and there is the sub window. And then the color rec 2 is behind the sub window. I can turn it off, at which point this is just drawing through. I might not need the color rects if I have a suitable shader. That might be a factor of, let's see, process. No, it says physics priority, so I know it's not going to be. Here's my big window. What we've got in here is material. So let's make a new shader material and see what we get. Shader, new shader. Okay. So, shader mode canvas item. Particles, sky, and fog. Canvas item, that's going to be having to do with the 2D shader. Template, we're going to do a default template. Built-in shader, do not know if that's what I'm going to want. I feel like maybe not. Into scene file. Well, scene file is, there's just the one for here. That's not actually what I'm going to want. I'm going to want a little more. So, oh, and now visual shader. What's that? That's going to be something worth looking at. Okay, so that's basically like your Unreal Scratchpad visual language node-based thing. Neat. Maybe that's actually what I want, but it's going to work as a shader. There's a visual shader editor. It's converted to a script shader behind the scene. That's fine. And you can see what it does. That's cool. Okay, so that could be a shortcut for producing what we want. So let's see. Node interface, that's fine. I know how nodes work. Float constants, things like that. Matrices, textures, we're not really worried about that kind of stuff so much. Expression node, That's cool, although this is no longer GDScript, mind you. We're all getting into this, and this is no longer actually GDScript at all. Also, I wonder whether this will work on canvas nodes. What we see here, this is a 3D shader, no question about it. In fact, it's a 3D shader that is connecting to a GDRL WTF. It's the physical modeling thing, GLSL. And compute shaders is doing your processing on the GPU. Which means we might find use in this. In particular, if I can get away with not as many, like I could use one of these, I could use each of these as its own. Yeah, I mean, some of this I could maybe be done using a compute shader on the GPU. And when I say that, what I'm talking about is we know that this works and does its thing, but the information that it's got to deal with is, in fact, texture information. if even that, like this is not even texture information, but the kind of stuff that we're dealing with is like texture information. So let's see. Let's start with visual shader, and we do still have the option for canvas item. Template, there is apparently no template for that. Path, base UI, Trez. Huh. Okay. Base UI is the scene that we're in. Like this thing that says Node 2D, its actual name is apparently base UI. There's only one scene in all of this. Scenes are like objects in the Godot world, but there is only the one scene in here. I could change the name of it to something else. I think I can do that. See, if one of them is texture rect Trez and the other one is spyglass Trez, and then we go into here, where you look at that. So I kind of have to drag this up, obscuring the other thing in order to make this work, but output, color, alpha, normal, normal map. So these are not things I want to add. There's our output. How about okay, so fragment, vertex, and light. An add node. How about input? What do we got there? All, color, time, UV, common, input, and fragment. Well, I know I'm on texture rect, so we've got a bunch of possible things having to do with that. Color, that's just plain white. That's not from a texture, is it? So let's see now. Generated shader code. Shader type, canvas item, render mode, blend mix. Hey Fotis, well, happily is another question. I don't always require happily doing this work. It could be incredibly frustrating. That said, I am busily Godotting. What we're doing right now is we are going to try to make a visual shader. There's a blend mode, mix, and we're trying to figure out how to use a visual shader on a, or we could just do a regular shader. I don't have anything to work with, that's the problem. This is the visual shader editor. This is what it would produce, which is essentially nothing yet. And we are trying to read in the texture underlying this in texture rect and produce a grayscale that shows only the, like here, if I run this under these circumstances, do I show anything or does it just die? Nope. So we got this, right? And I want to write a shader where it's reading this underlying texture, which is enormous, and then it's showing grayscale as the red channel, because the red channel is unaffected here.
But the rest of this stuff, these are modifications to the green and the blue channels. If I can draw this in such a way that it's drawing this again, but without these two things, then I have two entire levels that are going untouched. And if I can do that, I could fairly easily, for instance, see what we got here? I could fairly easily write a thing that runs Conway's Game of Life on this collection of pixels and then produces the result in, say, the green channel, and then blitz the green channel over to the red channel again once it's done, giving me extra information to go with. Or we can have the green and the blue and the alpha channels all just conveying more information, while the red channel continues to hold just this. Just my image of the surface of the moon as a height map. We could eventually end up going to a 3D view where we're just rendering this as a height map. And you get to travel around and investigate what's happening. This is why some of my stuff mentioned, like the Fallout franchise. Fallout 1 isn't even 3D, and the other Fallouts are intensely 3D. This would potentially have the ability to do a, now you're running around on the surface of the moon, negotiating this terrain. Oh, there's where some of the black pixels should be. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah. Some of those pixels are true black, but there's very few of them on the whole surface of this area. And then what you see up here is that's just the alpha channel having a hole punched in it. And the dots are just sort of stuff that's showing through that is not alpha channel having a hole punched in it. And we're going to see what we can make happen. So here's the thing. Output color comes from something. It's not going to be that. I think this is going to be on a pixel by pixel basis. Automatically arrange nodes. Well, I didn't need to do that, did I? That shows me the shader code. Don't care. Doesn't matter. Manage varying. I don't think that's going to help. Toggle the graph minimap. That's just there. This is snapping distance. Don't care about that. That's more snapping stuff. None of that. Zoom in. Zoom out. Don't care about that. Fragment. Vertex. Okay, output vertex. Output fragment. Output light. So it looks like we're in separate areas here. I'm going to want to start with how do I make these do seem to be distinct modes, right? Oh, it's not letting me get out. We're in vertex, so how about input vertex? What do we got here? Canvas matrix, maybe? Vertex input parameter. Okay, so input vertex. Well, that works, but I don't see that as being... Let's delete that now. Let's maybe scale this up a little bit. We're trying to find out how to get access to the texture that lives on this thing. this is not going to give me that. That's color, so that's like synthesizing stuff from nothing. Input, I don't know whether that is drawing from common input. This also looks like additional weird stuff that's not what I'm actually after. So if I was to do common input, what happens then? Well, we can do a vertex input, but it's not really showing me anything useful. Nor is any of this producing anything. Like and output equals vertex, but we haven't actually defined it. That's just repeating itself. Shader type, canvas, item. I wonder whether the material maker is going to be any more of a help than that. I know I'm coming from a texture, so the question becomes, can I actually make this do something useful? Here's the texture 2D. What happens if I go with that? Perform the 2D texture lookup. This is starting to look like more what I wanted. Load. That is a very big texture. Oh, it's an image. Never mind. So that's a problem. Well, if I did have a texture, what would it be? We're generating this inline. Data, UV, color. Stuff is coming into here. It's coming out as could be to any of these, I guess. Oh, hello. See, now this is starting to look like what I want. We've got a texture 2D in here. And we'll run, though, is that even like, My concern is that I am not able to assign this to a texture which is being generated programmatically. That's my concern. Also, I feel like there's a whole bunch in here that needs more than I'm able to give it right now. There was a program that I had that I downloaded it. We can see whether it is any help. Because right now I got nothing. I got a big pile of nothing. We got shader. That's the one. But it is not what you'd call helpful. Although if I go into there and then programmatically assign, because I have to generate a texture 2D anyhow, so I would be generating text VTX2. Shader parameter text VTX2 in order to produce the shader. So I'm thinking maybe that is not what I want to start with. Remove that. Then clear that. Let's go about this a different way and see if it works at all, because I gotta get this started to get anywhere. We've just deleted all of that stuff. Material maker. Did I put it here or did I put it up there? I put it up there. So this is a shader thingy. In theory, this can do all kinds of fancy stuff. The question is whether I can make it actually do anything useful or whether it has any presets that'll get me started. Because I am not in the get me started zone yet. Simple, pattern, noise, filter. These are kinds of nodes. Workflow, miscellaneous, environment editor. Oh, user manual, that might be handy. Paint project, I doubt that's what I want. New material, okay, same as what I already had. I don't actually want a PBR material. There's a 3D preview. There's a 2D preview. Dynamic onlet. See, a bunch of these things, don't care, don't want. I'm pretty sure I don't want a dynamic PBR material. I'm looking for a very simple shader. All it does is it takes the red channel and makes everything. It takes the red channel and copies it over to blue and green. And it probably just uses 100% alpha no matter what it's being given. That's a very simple thing. This looks way too complicated for that. I cannot open the user manual. Okay. Load material from website. I wonder if we can do that. Signs seem to point to that's not a thing. Nope. Nope. Oh, no, it is. It's just taking forever to do it. These are all complicated 3D things. It's doing it, but I am not at all sure that needs to be a thing. So let's open up, oh God. This is more complicated than we need to be. I bet you. It is a Flappy Bird shader. Very clever, very impressive. Shown as a 2D preview, we see nothing. So very cool that you can do this. That said, it is not helping me. How about you stop? Maybe that's not where I want to be right now. Oh, hang on. Yes, I do wish to quit. And to start the changes, because that was nothing. That was a big pile of nothing. So the thing we're stuck on at the moment is how to write a 2D shader for a canvas item that will copy the red channel over into R and into G and B channels, thus taking the graphic that I've got and showing it as a grayscale. That's what we got to start with. So we're going to get into this nonsense again, by which I mean looking on the horrifying and terrorist internet. Hopefully not as a video. Okay, docs, cool. You have experience. Signs point to nope. Do not have a So, inside a material. Okay, we can make a material. I bet I can make a material. That's fine. We'll do that. You know, I've already got stuff loaded. That's fine. New shader material. We got here already. So override functions. I feel like I'm making it all the more complicated because I am needing to create a texture on the fly, and that makes it worse. But we might actually get to something. Maybe we should actually write it without the visual editor. I wonder if you can take it and then transpose it to the visual editor. So if we made a, see, here's our text direct. That's all fine. We could make that be more pixelated, much like we have made this be more pixelated. Haven't we already told this one to be that ain't nothing? Here's Spyglass, but I'm not actually sure how this works. We've told the canvas item texture for this to be something. Specifically, I told it to be nearest neighbor. What that's probably going to do is draw it exactly the same as it already was, with maybe just a little bit more in the way of fine detail. And I know that I've told Spyglass to be nearest neighbor because it's not drawing it as a blur. It's drawing them as squares. That means they're being represented as nearest neighbor. What I'm puzzled about, oh no, there's canvas item. Sure enough, filter nearest. We can change this to be linear, and now it will draw them as little dots rather than squares, which is not what I want, but it's what it'll do. So now they're little blobs. And if any of these are actually adjoining each other, like that right there, it's like a little line. So that's neat in its own right. Not really very high on the level of what I'm worried about at the moment. But we do have control over that part, so it's all fine. In the map, not worried about that. It shouldn't even be a thing. So now we're going to go into text direct and start doing some of these things again. We need to create a new canvas item material. Well, now that's interesting. Now I'm not getting my shader stuff. Why is that? Oh, because it needs to be a shader material. Oh, convert to shader material. Yes, please do that. Shader. Okay. Now that we are doing that, oh, and let's save it as something. How can we save this? Like this. Make that again. Texture res. I don't think it needs to be GD Strader. I think that res should be sufficient. Now we have that. It's opening down here. There's my shader area. And what it said in the YouTube thingy is that I avoid fragment. I can do stuff like this. So if I did this and pasted that into what I've got there, what happens? So I do not know if that's even going to work or do anything. Or maybe it'll just crash. But we can save it, and then we can run it and see what happened. Wouldn't it be exciting if that worked? Ooh, hello. Eureka! We made it do a thing. If we can make it do that, we can make it do anything. Look at that. It is now not showing this thing because it has overlaid everything. So if we can do that, check it out. Shader editor. That is applying what we're doing here with everything. Color, texture, texture UV. Color B equals 1. No. Why are you... What's it doing with the white space there? That's bad. Well, let's see whether it dies. Let's not have that be capitalized either. It doesn't want it. It does not want it to be capitalized. Oh, and it is a C-like language, so it wants semicolons. Okay, I've programmed in C. I can do that. Keep going. Why did you do this? Are we like requiring... Why are you doing this? Its rules for how it's working is not the same as GDScript. Let's see if it crashes and dies. Hey, got there. Check that out. We done the thing. We have done the thing. That's a 2D shader. Those channels still contain the things that I built into it, but they're not showing. So the next thing becomes, now that we can do this, we can do something else. We're apparently applying this on the fly. What happens if you do start throwing in tabs? Does it die? I'm used to having tabs for this. Let's see if it worked. It's fine. And then let's imply that the alpha channel is always 1. Now when it draws this, the window, well, it's actually going to act weird. We've now made this area disappear, but it still shows on the window. And if I was able to scroll over there, see, this is starting to work. So the alpha is determining what shows through to the underlying image. And the alpha is effective underneath, but it's not effective up top. Although that hole is still there. So what happens if we do it a little differently? If we tell everything to be alpha channel 0, it should be black. It is black. Okay. So essentially what's happening is we're drawing this, but then the alpha channel is overriding. Having alpha built into the image is overriding what we did, but only as saved, like building it into let me show you what we're talking about. Having put it back to 1. We've now got 2 areas of alpha channel. One is here and is drawing as black. One is down here and is not drawing as black because we wrote on the alpha channel, but it didn't override anything in the what's going on here is when I use the image editor to draw that, it also overrode the red channel and drew it in as black. I had alpha stuff going on, and it just by default overrode it to be black. So what I wonder is whether maybe my import settings are causing that to happen. Back to the moon data PNG. Import. Import as image. Can re-import. I'm not sure it's going to do anything. And I'm not able to see anything about this image in the inspector. Though that is the thing that I wanted to do. Yeah, like what's happening is I shouldn't have moved that around. Let's put it back to where it was. This is my big PNG file, the one where I can edit stuff around and do things with. If I open that in just this, we are seeing that this area is here's our image. Here's the stuff on the green and blue channels that I cut out. But when I cut out the alpha channel, it also blanked everything else. So we don't have any data in here because I edited the alpha channel inside the image editor. And when I set it to 0 alpha, it set everything else. It set everything within here to black. Black, 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 and then alpha underneath. That's not actually what I want. And I bet I can establish that. Hope you didn't save it that way. You saved it that way. We got a world of hurt. We're going to undo our world of hurt by recopying this back in here again. and then editing it in place. I don't remember saving that. It just did it. So my whole thing will blow up and crash if I'm not careful. Back over to here. If I'm not mistaken, document convert format will give me what I want. RGB 8. I don't think there was a... Nope. I wonder if CMYK has an alpha channel. It seems unlikely, but that would be funny as hell. And now if we export this as PNG, we can start working from that. Correct. Place. Oh, we're not ready to quit yet. We're still busy doing it. I tried to quit it before it was done. Now, if we double click this, here's our big old moon image again. And now if we run it, it lives. And we can draw on the alpha channel. But we're not seeing it because we are taking only. So now we go into the shader editor and do something a little bit complicated, which is well, something, I know that. Color ray doesn't get to be 1. Instead, and that's just assigning it, so we can't do that. And we're in C language, so we're going to use braces instead of indents. Oh, photos, neat. Cool beans. I hope they are enjoying doing that. More than I am enjoying struggling with this. That said, it's not that bad. This is just the world of this. Let's see, where's my scroll bar? It's not willing to show me the scroll bar. Darn it. I wanted to make that be bigger. How frustrating. I wanted to make it be more visible, but we can't. So we'll just do it the hard way. This should actually run, but not just yet. Let's see if we can copy and paste this way. Okay. And can you now we should have stripes, or at least we should have something. It should do something. And it has. So we have now made the image show through, but it is showing a slight tint where alpha channel resides. And then we can zoom in on it. So we got that going on. We can have a totally other shader for making the spyglass look different. I'm just thinking about how to best make... Oh, I know. We'll have it be a featureless, for starters. So, R is always the surface. A is always opaque. If color A is 0, then it becomes 1, so it becomes completely opaque. The thing is, we're working from R, and there's not going to be any data in that. But the stuff that we're doing isn't actually editing anything. Color of that is, that's the see-through. This is the, let's do some more things. Here's our guy's creator. So this is the bit that's getting changed. Color shouldn't be just that. Instead, zero. So that's the thing I'm placing. Color equals map color R. So set pixel. So if I set map color R to be map color R, that continues to be the same. These other ones get to be anything else now. So but it has to be divided by 255 because this wants to be 0 to 1. And so we're going to move this over. And we're going to draw it as completely opaque, I guess. Yeah? We could have a magic number for telling that it's something to be worked with. And then map color B. So G becomes varying, and B is what we started with. And if we do this, still looks normal enough, but all of a sudden, this looks quite different. However, I say it's different, but what we're doing is we're just getting a bright green area, and then it's the background that is wildly changing in color. That's not actually what I had in mind. I can't define that variable up there. Okay, so 0 alpha means blank empty space. That said, we should be changing the color of the things in the display thingy. And indeed, they are coming across as green in color against a background of black. And we don't actually get to see them. We see this dim tone, and that is the shader, but it's not showing any of the little dudes underneath. I'm wondering if I can render them as black. Let's find out in the shader. So, if color A equals 0, otherwise it must be equal to 0. So we are more or less forcing it to be grayscale with no showing through anywhere that it's not literal 100% opacity. So yeah, the problem there is it is a 1 pixel. And the problem here is that the fire is running out. Oh, goodness gracious me. That said, it's nice that the firewood's holding out better at the moment. In fact, I can even goose it up a little bit. It's not as cold, so the firewood isn't being worn out. See, here's the problem. I don't actually have any opacity. It's all fake. All of this is fake. So essentially, if A is my alpha channel, I'm making it behave like this. See, it's grayscale. And you can move it around. And then we see this shadow here. And the shadow means that there's tunnels underneath. There is opacity in the alpha channel, but it's not being drawn as opacity of 0, meaning that it falls through. Instead, we don't even need to have the background plate there anymore. It's never rendered as opaque. And if we zoom down into here, we see that now we've got black rendered in this. This is what you actually see going in here. And the black is because we have alpha channel as 0 being completely transparent to the underlying square, which is black. There's an even larger square over the whole screen. That's also black, but you can no longer see it anymore no matter what, because the shader is causing nothing ever to be transparent. It's using the transparency as data. That said, I'm having a problem, and it is as follows. I got this box, and it has got little guys in it. They are currently being drawn as green, but I can't see them in the larger map. See what I mean? And I'd like to do something that represents them in the larger map, even if very subtly. But the thing is, what's being drawn as black is opacity of 0.0. Anything other, well, could it be that if I drew it as other than, if color A equals 1.0 and it reverses it, well, let's see what happens if I just straight up do that. Now everything else is slightly dimmed. And these guys should be showing up as green, but I'm going to guess that they are not. In theory, they're in there somewhere, but we're still not showing them. And that's because of the shader. The shader is overriding everything. It is constantly behaving as if it completely deletes every other bit of information and only shows the surface area. So, interesting thing is I don't even think I'm defining any new variables. This is just stuff that's passed in. If we got so far with this, that worked. I guess, hang on. This we don't need. We don't need a vertex function. We want the fragment function alone. Okay. Let's leave this alone. So what we want to do is show both of these things in both of the places. That's what I insist. I insist that we show both of the things in both of the places rather than the things only in the one place. We're able to make it blank and empty and show through, but we're not able to, we need to show the guys. That probably means we need to have other information. maybe two magic values. One of the magic values is 1 and the other one is 0. Everything between gets to be something else. Does that seem sensible? I bet you it doesn't, because I'm talking nonsense, but all the same I'm trying to talk my way through this in such a way that I get to a result. I've never written a shader before. I'm not going to refer to texture. I'm not going to refer to UV. It's doing its job so far. But we're able to do it on a pixel by pixel basis this way. So here, let's exaggerate this a lot. If I do that, do I see the guys? Actually, yes, I think I kind of do, don't I? The question is, can we do a special value and force them to be represented in some other way? Like they're drawing in as a light color because they're just passing through this texture. What if I made them be like black or white or something? And to do that, this has to be something else. For now, we're going to pass through the color. We have been making it so that it's either drawing an alpha of literal 0 or drawing an alpha of literal white. It's starting out as white, but if I change it to this, I suppose I'd better look that up. Yeah, so my value is going to be 0.996061 or something very much like it. I don't know exactly what the number will be, but we'll find out. So if the color is 0, then it's going to be that. Or else, pass through. I need to make this window bigger. The hell. Up. Hello. There we go. That's what I needed. And then let's tab these things over here. And that doesn't need to be there. There we go. And that's not right either. But we'll get there. So we need another statement. Alrighty, so if the color is 0, it's straight pass-through. However, that's not going to be... well, now, hang on a second. Hang on a cotton-picking second. 0 means a hole that's being cut into the space, right? So that means the shadow. And so we'll draw the shadow. That's fine. If it's not a hole cut into the space, it's either the surface of the moon or it's one of our little guys. And if it's the surface of the moon, it's literally 1.0. Which means we wouldn't have to update it, would we? So, if it's equal to 0, then we do this. Otherwise, if it's less than 1, we do this. If it's neither equal to 0 nor less than 1, we'll say it's 1, and we'll do apparently another pass-through. Oh yeah, if it's 1, it's the material of the moon. Can we do comments? We can. We can do comments, and we can do comments in C form. Nor guy. This we can skip. This we render in grayscale. And then this we draw as opaque even though it's not. And so this is where we're going to want to draw something interesting. So we'll pass these through and see what we get. In fact, let's add an R, because we might just want to do something like heighten things or draw it in black or something. That would be quite easy, actually. And we can have it color-coded in different ways based on what we're doing. But for now, this should be, let's see, faint shadow of caves. This now draws it as a empty space, and then if we scroll down, oh, look at all of those splotches up top. That's weird. If we scroll down, we see that we have a faint shadowing, except for that there are tiny dots, and those dots are entities of some kind that are rendered as black at all times. If we scroll into the area, they're now rendered as white. So we can see a faint shading, and we could also make them be a different color. Like, we can have them all be bright red. And now they're rendered as red. And that's how we do this. It's all being done with the shader, and it's not overly complicated. That also means we can color code them. So I can write the shader to assign distinct colors to each of these. And we could reuse it on Spyglass if we want. Like this. Okay, so it needs to be something rather than a... It's going to be a canvas item material. And in that I can load the shader, or can I? I guess I can't. Convert it to shader material, please. Thank you. But that, now I can. I think. Or can I? So what? How can we not have you? Let's see what it does. We zoom into here. Does it look just the same? Sure does. Okay. So yeah, we have the one shader and it's applying in two places at once now. That's pretty cool. Right on. Boink, 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 boink. So now that we can do this, we can represent all of these things in different ways, or pass them through. And now we have this dumb thing which doesn't need to be there. Why must we have that there? Like, can I, it doesn't even giving me an option to do anything. Let's close that. Okay, now we've got the one that we're using in both places. How about that? We still work? We still work. Cool. Alrighty, so fire's going nicely. It's noon and we're doing things like writing shaders. That's neat. Can we pass in unique materials? Probably not. So what can we do in here? Do we have access to things like assigning stuff as hue saturation and so on? It would be a little heavier. But that said, could be interesting. Let's do a little quick look in. Screen reading shaders. Nope, don't care about that actually. That is not something I actually need. cool though it is. Oh, look, it says RGB, doesn't it? What about HSB? Look at that. There's the saturation function. So yeah. That's interesting. That looks like the kind of thing I want to see. That's fine. Figuring that stuff out already. That's fine. Don't need this. Don't need this. We just scroll down to see that. Man. That's cool. Not what I'm going to do, but it's cool. That's fine, but not useful. I'm probably going to be sticking to the coding stuff rather than trying to use the visual stuff. So we're doing vectors and things. What I'm looking for here is other ways of dealing with it other than RGB. That's apparently giving you texture coordinates. You can swap them around a little bit. So how am I going to transform this into a hue saturation? I would be surprised if there wasn't something like that there somewhere. I thought I saw something that did that kind of thing. It's just a little hard to tell. Not really interested in doing it in functions. That's overhead I don't want to have in a shader. You can do very fancy things, I know that. Hints. I don't see much in the way of working with this stuff as HSV values. That's what I'm looking to do. what I want to do is go in there, take one of those values. We can use green or we can use blue as like 255 different guy types. And it doesn't have anything to do with any of the other channels. We've got 2 channels that we can do stuff like that with. But I want to represent it as 0 to 255 around a hue wheel with complete saturation everywhere else. And that's what I'm not finding here, which I suppose is not surprising. Built-in functions A. This is where it might appear. That said, nope. Nope. None of this is useful for what I'm trying to do. None of this is useful for what I'm trying to do. Nope, also. LSB, that's close to HSB, but no. Okay, so let's look further. There's somebody doing a thing. How are we doing this? Okay, that's cute. That's actually a lot of grind. I'm not sure if I want to put my program through that. You can, but I'm not sure if I want to. I said that comes over to here. Stack Overflow. So we can simplify this somewhat because we want to spit out full intensity colors of all kinds, but there is no hue and saturation. Value and saturation do not matter. So there's our maximum value. Hue is what we're taking in, and it's going to be 0 to, we could tell it to be either 0 to 255 or whatever. So this is how that's working. I wonder if I can actually take this and then strip it. That could be a thing. Although that said, we have now lost this because we can't. Okay, we scrolled back. There we go. So if I was to take all of this stuff as their example, including this ugliness, and then to put it into our shader editor, boom. But this is not the bit that we want, so we are going to want to comment that out. And that's how you do that. Oh, hang on. I have made a mistake. There we go. So that's now commented out. So now we've got all these functions that I would like to simplify. Does it still run? Because I'm not using any of them. Alrighty then. We've returned to a simpler form. Now what is it saying? Oh, it's drawing that for me again for no reason that I can see. Alrighty. Good for you. Redefinition of pi? What are we already know what that is? Alrighty then. Let's comment that out. We'll see whether it matters. I guess we just get that for free. Cool. So this needs 0 to 1. HSV to RGB. Thing is, we are not going to have any of those things. S is 1, V is 1. In this program, I do not get to do a replace of everything. That's frustrating. That said, I can go in and get some of this sorted out. Hi, why are you doing that? That's weird. What you think you're doing? That's 2 returns. That can't make any sense. Where's our atans? Maybe this bit is the only bit I care about? H2 RGB. Now we make the rest of this stuff all go away. I equals hue times 6. Okay. So H times 6 minus, why does it say I? Oh, because, yeah. Okay, I know what it's doing here. V is always 1. V is always 1. V is always 1. S is always 1. 1 minus 1, P equals 0. S is always 1. So I'm not really quite sure what precedence this does, but I think that's going to be fine. S is always 1, so that amounts to nothing much. P is always 0. Else this should never happen. Squeeze these together in the way that I was doing before. V is always 1. Value. V is always 1. V is always 1. We're still unhappy about something. Nope. A is always 1. And we don't need this repeated thing. P is always 1, so it doesn't exist in this. Also, often you don't need to declare little variables for everything. Modern computers like to be able to do calculations, so some of this can be simplified. Float F. I think we can cause this precedence to be explicit. We can follow the advised use of spacing for these things rather than squunching them all. Q and T. So I do believe, okay. That appears to be about the size of it. Smushing it together a little bit. So now we have a full intensity color generator based on a 0 to 1 number. Indeed, that should never happen. I don't think we need the tangents. This is much simpler than that. This whole section is not necessary. Nor do we need Cartesian to polar. Boy, do we not need that. Okay. So that's just their demo feature. And this is now the working bit of code. I wonder whether I can set this elsewhere. I'm having a bit of difficulty clicking on it. So if I cut that and then paste it in underneath the rest of this, it's like a little afterthought, but should still compile and work. And having done that, neither empty nor solid a guy. So now how do I define color? So am I defining any variables? Yeah, we're defining variables in here. vec4. So what is the difference between this and that? Saturation. H2RGB. So we're going to use green for it. Then, no matching function found for. That's funny. I thought I just added one. What? How do you refer to this? This is going to be in the code that we just had up here that supposedly made this work. Okay. Color equals. All right. So that's how we pass stuff in. So I guess we don't even need to make a variable for it. Instead, we go color equals. And then we pass that in. And then we don't need to touch any of this stuff. Assuming it even works. Or maybe it needs to be above. The other stuff was underneath. Maybe it's got to be in order. Let's explore that thought. So we take these things away. We'll assume that that actually worked. And then we'll paste this above the other thing and see if it's any happier. Alrighty, so up here, now, do you find the thing that you need to find? Yes, you do, but I didn't put in a... Good. Good. So now we've got that, and all of this actually apparently works. Let's see what we get. And thank you to the person who had, let's paste some of their credit code in there. This is the only proper thing to do. I wrote a quick dirty function. Based on, well, mine's based on yours, so I want to credit you. Needs values, da-da-da-da-da, 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 da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so we'll take this bit, but then we will have based on, I guess your name is system. That's interesting. Asked by Rusty Striker. Okay, reply, system is not the thing. Reply from Mr. Boo Boo. And if I want to be really thorough, I could even include the this. Putting all this in even before I test it. So now that we've done that, we're passing through the colors. So map colors should be a range of colors. Now let's see what we get. Oh, looky there, we're seeing all kinds of things. That is showing through over there. And there's our range of colors that include a goodly range. It's very dependent upon the underlying gray. So this is no longer it's no longer properly randomized. But we're seeing the relevant colors. So the next step is test it out even further. Green is our random color. I think that's going to give me a 0 to 1. Oh, no, it didn't like that. Where was I getting random from before? I know I had that in something. Let's shut that down and go back to a place where I know I have random, which is into the matrix. I'm pretty sure in this search I'm doing something. Let's see if that's true. It's kind of true. I'm doing a thing called rand-i range, which is not the most useful thing for this. Not really what I had in mind. That said, I could use it. So if I copy that from this random integer range from 0 to 255, that should be a random range. From 0 to 1, it's actually in steps, which it doesn't need to be, but in theory this will work, and we'll have a nice little scatter of randomly colored guys, like spilled drops of paint. And every shade of color can be a different species. So I'd be sort of assigning them based on what I think would be good associations with species. You know, clearly oranges are foxes, right? And there you have it. Except for there's one further detail. Since we're doing all of this and all, can I pass in a variable to make it operate differently each time? I think I can, but how? I saw this elsewhere. I'm trying to figure out where. It's not going to be const. Don't need that. Don't need structs. Flow control. Let's just ask. Pass in control value into Godot shader. Uniform, that's what the word was. Uniforms can't be written from within the shader. Okay, so any type can be a uniform. Built-in functions. So we had built-in functions. That thing from before didn't actually matter. So that's cool. I can see how there would be stuff happening within the shader stuff. I could see how that might be a thing. So any type except for void can be a uniform. How about bool? How's bool work for you? Can't be uniform void. Uniform bool, spyglass. Right. Here's my shader. None of this is going to be in the code. It's all going to be in the interface. And how did they have that represented? And it's going to want the semicolon because it's going to want to be in that format. Are we happy? We're happy. And now, if we're doing this, what our background is controlled by empty space. This could actually be our uniform, though. So instead of calling it spyglass, call it density. Make it a float, because we're using a float. Then we use this directly, and we can specify it independently for different things. So there's our color. Here is our texture. And if we have empty space, we're drawing it differently in different situations. So we have to specify density each time we invoke this. And currently we don't have it specified anywhere, but I'll tell you what, it's going to show up as a shader parameter. So texture rect is going to be 0.9. I kept that. But here we have another shader parameter, 0.0. Did it not want to be 0. It's just 0. And that should produce this result. See how you can kind of see a hint of that, and you do see the things underneath, but when we scroll down into here, same thing, same data, but the shader is being interacted with in two different ways. Although that is such a dark black that I'm not sure whether it maybe might look better as like a 0.2 or something. Let's find out. So this is going pretty well. It's only barely past noon and we're doing all kinds of funky things. Although we do need to... You don't seem to be showing the way I thought at all, are you? What's up with that? Okay. 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 That should work. I'm not really quite sure why it's not. Let's see if we can make them be the same. Density 0.9. Density 0.9. Can we make it be the same? Or is it just going to draw us black? It might draw us black. Oh, no, we made it be the same. So if we can do that, then we can scale it a little bit. It's doing some funny things. Like that is... No, it's not being as funny as I thought. That's fine. So rather than go to shader editor, we just go here. And now it should be drawing as a faint hint of tunnel shading compared with a dark area, which is, however, not inky, creepy blackness. There's a black and white shading in there, but it's not too overwhelming. You can focus in on the guys that are drawn there. And all of this is, of course, being rendered as, let's see, being done kind of on the fly there. So we can generate it any way we see fit. Now we have a corridor that extends across the surface of the moon from somewhere to somewhere else. And this is just us overriding it. It's quite difficult to zero in on. But here's where we search out, for instance, the orange dot here. Let's call that a fox character. Zoom in until we see it. There we are. And the idea is doing a Conway's life type system where we can have these things doing stuff, moving around, doing whatever, being processed entirely on the basis of their pixel representation, meaning that we can make all manner of tunnels across the surface of the moon. They're being rendered by shaders, and so they're being just rendered like this. We can seed it with whatever we need, figure out how to make it be the correct values, or indeed build it into the initial, like build up the initial starting position by just hard coding all these guys in wherever they need to be. We can go into a image file editor like our Affinity Photo or something along those lines, and use a pencil tool to draw tunnels and places underneath the moon, and then go in and start with the green channel being completely, totally black, and then put in individual pixels of whatever we want, wherever we want it, because that's the one that's going to carry the representation of each of these little guys in their rainbow of colors as they go. And so if you have like this blue sparkle dog, which is starting out here and it decides that it wants to go east, you could catch up with it later, and it has gradually traveled all the way to over here if I have the representation for how it can go from one place to another without running into anything. And that is just one of 380 guys in that particular generation. Or we can have them much more crowded. That's about 10 times the guy density. There is our random initial seed. Or indeed, maybe it's way more than 10 times the guy density. Now let's see what happens when we have a wildly overpopulated moon in an enormous, like miles by miles sized space. This is going to be a riot of color, or possibly even so dense that there's no room for anything. And I got to do something about that top edge, because that's not helpful at all. It's using the green channel. But here is what this miles in size area looks like. So we can go all the way out here, and we're panning through this. We can see that they're all fairly closely packed. Like there's a lot of guys in here. It generated all of these guys. So we are still, let's see. So this is interesting. This is what I'm working with at the moment. The idea from this is, here we are running our game. This is our game. 874 megs in RAM. So it's running about 800 megs. And it has generated this giant space that is literally full of guys from here to here. You can see that kind of just densely packed in here, up to the point where the wall is hit and then it is no longer there. So here's the area that we are populating now with critters on the moon of 255 different kinds. The 255 kinds are represented. We can probably also fit in other information where the alpha channel is, because we're using a Boolean alpha channel at this moment. Where caves beneath the moon are represented is either whether the alpha is 0 or 1, and it doesn't really care at all whether it's anywhere between, and I can definitely include data in that. And yet here's where we are. The alpha is representing whether we are seeing through into a hollow space filled with furries of all colors of 255 different kinds. And each of these also has 255 different states it can be in. Here's one possibility is it is possible that I can code it so that, see how we have what appears to be two reds next to each other? Those could be breeding and causing another red. It could be like a game of life thing, but species restricted. Or the thing I was showing earlier. And here's another example. They're not exactly the same color, but there's the idea. Or here's two different shades of green on either side of a orange. Happy orange, apparently. And there's two greens next to a blue. So we can do a thing where like each of these species populates or doesn't populate based on how that's working, and just figure out a way of making that work. And this is running in less than a gigabyte of RAM quite quickly, because it's all represented by the initial database, and the number of creatures we have modeled using this in such a way that we have their identities kind of represented, not with a lot of individuality, but we have 255 different kinds of guys. They're represented by colors. They're inside a space that can also be represented by hollow pathways they can be in. And the size of the room they're in is arbitrarily huge. It is just this titanic open space, and the number of guys in there is 1,181,920. So we can generate 1 million dudes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We'll generate 1 million guys in 20 seconds. And then if we figure out how to do it properly, we can scan through and run the sort of Conway game of life algorithm, except for tuned to the purposes of this game. It could start out as a game of life algorithm because we have guys and then blank empty space around them. And thus run a video game based on modeling the populations of all of these things and see whether there's a way of interacting with them. Where it's like, we need to have the foxes travel to this crater over here where there's a colony of foxes they can breed with and then build up their numbers. Or we need to have the cats live in this. You can't actually see it because we're traveling through. We need to have wolves travel to this crater here that we're zeroing in on there. And then there would be a crater, which means you'd be able to zoom the glimpse in here and be able to see through it. And yeah, this is a thing. This is a now I'm wondering whether I can make the spyglass not be a square, because it's being drawn as a completely opaque thing. Like I do not need color rects any longer, and we'll test that out like this. If I shut these off, does it still work perfectly? I'm betting it is. I think it will. Let's wait for 20 seconds while we generate another 1 million guys. Like, not even City Skylines can do that. Having generated 1 million guys, it looks exactly the way it should. Meaning, let's quickly scale this back so that we don't have to deal with that nonsense anymore. Meaning we don't need these nodes. Color rect and color rect 2 can be deleted. I am now curious as to whether I can make shader. Like, what would be a good way of overlaying a fixed round circle? Because one thing I'm doing is I'm spacing, like texture rect, that's the density 1. This is now density 5. Material is shader. Shader is the texture shader. Let's make it be a little darker without being totally black. And we can also fool with it, like, what does it look like if they are dots rather than if they're a little bit blurry? What's that look like? That looks bad, actually. Wow. Crazy. So that's neat, although it's not what I expected. Damn. We have interesting problems with this. Check that out. What happens if we take this one and also have that be nearest neighbor? Does it do anything weird about linear? That's what I made the other one be. That actually looks basically fine. Maybe it's appropriate for that scale, but then when we get into this scale, it stops looking good. The big scale, that actually looks kind of cool. I believe I approve of that, but then when we zoom in, we stop having anything useful. So instead, Spyglass needs to be set to nearest neighbor. Filter. Oh, I wonder what happens if we do this. Linear mipmap. Are we able to make mipmaps on this? Is that something that works? Or is that something that will not work? We don't have mipmaps. It's just what it is. So, nearest. So now our grand overview is slightly fuzzier, making it look a little more distant. But then when we zoom in, we have the nice sharp focus on which thing is where. And the reason I no longer see the border is because that border was being created by the underlying color card. That's fine. It's fine. So then the next thing would be for me to go and use the facilities, I think, and make myself another cup of coffee before it is so late in the day that I can't. And I am going to put on some music for you again. We were on null pointer. Let's give you that.
back. My fire kind of went out. I have to go and fix that. There. Feeling a little better. Got another cup of good coffee. I'm going to see what we can make happen. But firstly, fire. Oh, no wonder it went. No wonder it went out. It's not got the damper on this time. Probably means burning hotter, so the temper's in here. Ought to be okay. The one thing I was thinking about doing is playing that music. One thing I could do. Put music on. Oh God, I show back up and everybody leaves. Interesting. Put music on, put the headphones on and run them up to the drum room. And turn on the mic for that and go and play drums along with the piece of music that I'm playing on the interval. Right now I'm going to, there we go. Fire got started. I'm going to let that go for a bit and we're going to get back into all of this. Because here is this little program where we have various values of stuff that can be associated with the thing. And I was just thinking about how to manage running different levels of this. Like if I could make a compute shader that would dump everything to the green channel and then start over, that would be kind of grueling. There's a lot of because we're talking about taking a shader and looking at the adjacent pixels, figuring out how to do that to the point where we're doing complicated operations based on what pixel is near what and so on and so forth, blitting it to green and then apparently copying it back to, or I guess green's the one that has all the colors, green's the one that has all the dudes on it, so it's a question of blitting that to blue and then copying it back to green again? At which point the question is, can we run a iteration of this like 60 frames a second? Because that's arguably too much. I don't need to run 60 frames a second. But if it was able to do it, that would be potentially huge. It also occurred to me that I could represent heights by odd or even numbers in the red channel. I don't think I need to depict the full difference between 255 gray shades. I bet I could have the alpha channel, which is just binary. It's like empty space or not. Although, because what we're looking at with all of this, as wild as it is, with this information you could theoretically make
like a 3D underground tunnel system that just generated based on this data, including the occupants, including what's inside. And then rather than scrolling around and looking at stuff like this, you'd be zipping around in a 3D space, going down tunnels and things, and having it be drawn using a 3D kit. That being, populating a space based on the data values that are inherent in this large graphics file. There are many thoughts to be had here. Here's one of them. Because this generates its randomness pseudo-randomly, so we can boop around here. That's our display. It's running quite efficiently. Here's what's initially drawing things, and literally all of this is just set up. So one thing that we can do is just set it up so that, like, let's see now. We are not doing this. That's a line. That's excessive. So here's part of our startup. Here's our draw thingy, and that's absolutely fine. Let's see what happens if we scale this bit up. Okay. We're still in that zone where the scope and size of everything is impressive, but that's a little bit more like you can tolerate how big it is and how it acts. Because all this is updating at like 60 FPS. So if I had the underlying image changing in that way that things can change, you'd independently be scrolling around, scoping out what was happening, and you'd see it in large over here to the extent that you could, because you'd have to go way over here to see anything that was happening here, and so on and likewise. It takes quite a bit of travel to get over to this side, but we'd be defining like specific craters and things and drawing them in on the alpha channel, and all that can be built into the, well, it depending upon how it works. Like the previous one, I had drawn stuff in the alpha channel and I drew it in at 0 and it made the other channels go black. And we don't actually want that. Or we could be reading only, because right now we're not using that alpha channel visually for anything. Or any of the channels for anything. Like we're using red for height and we're using green for the colors of the guys in here, the identities of the colors of the guys in here. So everything does actually still have information having to do with it, but so there could be a polarity between. See, I'm still trying to figure out how to load more information into this. If we drew this in such a way that even numbers meant opaque and odd numbers meant, even numbers meant hollow and odd numbers meant solid, then it would still look basically exactly the same, except that you'd have this see-through area with the availability for stuff to happen. That would involve going through and crunching the entire image, which is not impossible though. Or I could write code to do it. Because I don't need the detail here. This doesn't need to have as much detail as it has. Boy, this is a lot. This is really kind of a lot. That said, I mean, it's working. It is working. The crowd's available in even a space like this. A crowd of 83,000 in a space like that. Or we can make it be quite a bit smaller. If the density is really very high, but the room is way smaller, we get something like this. See, this would be overcrowding. And boy, is it ever. A packing of characters in a space this dense would end up in them being killed off. So then the next thing is to start going through and generating stuff. Figure out how to read this and have it process on like a beat-by-beat basis. Not necessarily 60 FPS, but however, whatever speed it needs to be, so that we can start doing that Conway's Game of Life style 2D generative thing. So that we start with this, and then it's like, okay, these guys all died because they asphyxiated, they were too densely packed. And what state do we end up in? But it has to run on, not necessarily run on the GPU, but it has to run in such a way that I'm not making another giant database. That said, we're not even using a gigabyte of space, so in theory we could make a giant database. However, we are not at this time making that giant database, because what's going on here is enough. I've just polished off the entire espresso just thinking about this. That's one of the challenges with this stuff. I do need to get this going. I do need to get this so that something is happening. I've spent the day so far without anything happening. We just have it ready and we have it instantiated. There's a random call. Draw display is being done, and that's fine, but see, that lives there. Process delta, so physics process is probably what I'm going to want. This is moving around, that's a different thing. So mun, and here's their function. It would not actually default to totally opaque alpha channel if I don't tell it to be. So we already know that's loading from file. Bunch of this stuff doesn't actually need to be done, but we will make a physics display. Process. There we go. And we're going to start by duplicating this, but different. So if we try to run that every single frame, it's going to scream and die. That's too much. Oh, and it's expecting an indented block. Okay. Okay. There, happier? So probably what I'm going to want to do is I want to make regions for processing, because the total size of this is so titanic that I want to make regions for processing. And we're starting with this little tiny region. That said, this is going to be a bit much. Although, let's see what happens if we try to run this. This might just crash the machine. I'm not sure if I can do this. In fact, I rather doubt I can do this that many frames a second, but we can at least try. Let's see what happens. By God, we can. Look at that. So our randomness is giving us random values. Check that out. Look at how much we're able to do. That said, if I make this be bigger, it's definitely going to crash. But now we have a sort of white noise thing going on. And we can zoom in on it and see that our close-up does in fact generate that. The question becomes, we've got the right pattern, but why are the colors bouncing around as much as they are? An interesting question. We're doing the same XY. So if I make random be 1, does that start making it be more stable? Also, let's make it be sparser. Oh, we've got a randi range. That's why it's doing it. That's why it's doing it. So now we can do this. And we've got a similar thing. It's still being assigned as a random range. We've got the same guys, but we're actually reassigning every single thing every frame. That's not what we want. But it's gratifying to see how well it's running. It's very sparkly. Okay, so not that. No. Also, we certainly don't need some of this stuff to be there. These are the things that are not going to be useful. This is a thing that could potentially be, because this is the pseudo-random again. That means nothing here. Color, we don't want it to be a random range, and we don't need to assign this again. So we don't need that. So now we've got our random range. We're doing it once per frame, or once per physics process, which is not the same as per frame. It's like 30 FPS or something. I can control that. I can have it be a slower physics process too. Oh, let's throw another log on the fire. It's dwindling again. Not that it's actually cold today, but still. It will not be colder tonight if I keep this up. There you go. Okay. This time I put the damper on. Hopefully that'll hang in there. So how about just directly doing this? That should still work. Although random no longer makes any sense, but we're not actually dealing with random. That's more for instantiation. It remains available, but the question becomes now whether we can just read and write and do this thing. Like, for instance, we're just reading space here. We'll start with something really primitive. That is going to deliver me a color. And that is going to deliver me a series of things. So here's the thing, shader editor. R is the background, so that can also serve as a pseudo-random value, kind of, sort of. A is either a guy or empty or solid. color A equals 0. So if, hang on. Oh, aren't you clever? Look at you. You figured out I made a mistake. Good for you. We're going to do this crudely for now and see if I can do it more intelligently later. X minus 1. There. Need to add these. Okay, so fancy that. Now, as we run, during the space that this is, it's going to fill up all blank areas with whatever is to the left of it very rapidly. And we will see what that looks like now. And sure enough, no blank areas. It has filled them up completely. So fast you couldn't even see it. So now let's make it be a lot sparser. And now we'll see what that produces, because it'll happen so fast you can't even see it. Yep, and it already has. And so that has produced some other guys, and they have reproduced off to the side so quickly you couldn't even register it happening. So let's see if we can make it so that we can see it. Firstly, we'll try making it be much bigger. If we do this, what do we get? It's grunting a little bit. Can it do it? Can it show me anything? It only shows me after it's finished doing, and now it's still grinding. Okay, so that was a little more challenging. It's not happy with that. It's doing too much. Let's quit out of there. Let's slow down physics process a whole bunch. Where do we find that? Project settings? Physics. Common. Physics ticks per second. Okay, that needs to be a lot less. 1 tick per second. Now what do we got? Can you do it now? Or do you just grind to a halt? Oh man. It's still doing its thing. But man, it got through so fast it was not even remotely, like it's still trying to do this processing. So that's a large area of data. Arguably too much. We can make it be more densely packed, which is going to amount to about the same thing though. And it's going to be all done by the time we run. And so this is it doing its really primitive version of, see, it grinds to a halt because it is doing a Conway's life algorithm, and all of this, every pixel in this area, which is arguably too much. It's maybe more than it needs. Hi, Martin. But we're demonstrating that it can attempt to do a thing as wacky as that. And what we're doing is we are comparing spot A with left A. We've got two different pixels. And if one of them is a blank empty space, we're looking to adjacent blank empty spaces to see what to do. And then we're doing it on a size that is far, far too large. So something we can do to chill that out is kind of scan it. And I'll show you how that works. Longitude scan. Longitude scan equals int, because this is going to be the column we're on. Oh, I should be a colon rather than a semicolon. We're not in C. What are we talking about? And we'll just see how well this works. Do we have that going on? Or not? Not. That's a C-ism. Larger than... Oh, I think I need parentheses for that. Maybe not, but I think I do. All right. Now, and then all of this has to step over to the side at least once, if not more. Like that has to step over at least once, and this has to step over, I think, twice. Yep, twice. All right, and oh, got that backwards. My terminology is not as good as it should be. That's good enough. For now, that's good enough. Or is it? No, it's not. Let's do this. Now, when we do this, unless it crashes and dies, which is of course a possibility, we're going to have a slightly easier time of coping with it. We are still doing all that madness, but it is not happening instantly. We're doing one column at a time. So now that we've successfully done that, we're going to simplify this so that that stripey effect is there. And we're going to see whether we can see it moving, whether it'll let us do that. Oh, interesting. Now we're not actually seeing it do anything. It's supposed to be turning that into those stripes. If it was working. If it was working, it would be turning that into the stripes. It is not doing the thing. See, they're just sitting there. They're supposed to be continuing onwards to the side. That's being defined as okay, good enough. There's our startup. That looks like that works. So why isn't it doing what I thought it was going to do? So here we've got this. It's going across this away. It will loop and cycle. It should cut down the workload more than a little bit. I mean, that's something where I can do lattice scan as well, and then everything is going to be scaled down quite a lot. But it ain't even budging, and that's my concern. It gets taken down to that, and that also seems correct. Am I seeing errors? No. So get pixel should work. Get pixel to the left should work. So if a spot is blank and then the one to the left is not blank, well, what happens if I do this? Does that change the behavior? Because it was working before. We had a situation where it was in fact working. Nope. I'm looking to see these start animating and turning into lines, and they are not doing it. Spot and left are colors. Could it be that I've just made the physics grind to a complete halt? You go back now. What do we have if we're trying to run it faster? Does it do the thing now? Or does it fail to? No. That looks suspiciously like fail to me. Although, oh wait. It should be iterating over literally the entire map. If instead physics process is iterating up to 2000, and going back to 1000, And starting at 1,000, not 10,000, 1,000. Then what do we get? Can I coax it into operation that way? Hey, hey, it's alive. It's alive. And our scan is making lines because this is a very primitive algorithm. And it appears to be processing through again and filling in everything so that we no longer even have the alpha present. And now that it's done this, it stops. But it's capable of doing that pretty effectively. What's that there? That's nothing. Okay, so that worked. We're just doing a really primitive, dumb thing there. So here's where it gets interesting. What if I was to do a Conway's life, quite literally? Not here, down here. Firstly, let's jump over and look at the rules for. We're not going to keep it as this, but we can see whether we can make anything happen. Well, now that's wild. Cellular automata. That's kind of the idea. This is to run in a kind of cellular automata. This all comes from reading about A-Life. There's a bunch of really cool books on the subject. Here's our rules. Live cell with fewer than 2 lives, so we're going to count. Here's our basic center. We're going to count the surrounds. And we've got to figure out what to do with the colors, if anything. Remembering that our channels here as seen in Shader Editor. So our red channel is the gray value. Our green channel is the color. Our alpha channel is on or off. And our blue channel is doing nothing. I feel like I should write some of this down. Green. So this works. We're testing alpha. Green becomes the color. I'm wondering if I can define this and overload it in such a way where the alpha channel represents not only hollow or filled, but also like 254 distinct kinds of guys in there. I wonder how smooth that would be. Let's see whether we can make it happen. Because if it's literally 0, then all good. And we're not actually drawing on there, so that remains the same. Although our fragment, we can see what it does. Might need to put the color cards underneath it again. See whether it looks washed out. So this is what we're working from. There's our H2RGB. And now I'm going to see whether I can run that off of the alpha channel instead. Firstly, let's just straight up try it and see what happens now that I have made that one change. It's still functioning, except for now what it's doing is it is continuing the guys straight across with no other change. So they're all just nothing but red. And now it's filling in just like it had before, but it's actually blurring what was underneath it as well, which is interesting in its way, I suppose. So if instead of this being here, no green, and the randomness goes into the alpha channel, then what do we get? We get a solid mass, which is not moving or making stripes. Okay. It's busily processing, but it ain't doing anything. So what do we got here? Well, among other things, like so, let's see. Oh, hi. Here's the thing. This is a little more random than it should be. So rather than having it be as random as this, instead, now that I've done that, I can do this in two different places. We're not using blue for anything. So we instantiate it as pretty blank. And now we do this in two different places. And then we will simply return that now what have we got, if anything? We've got shades of green for some reason. Interesting. We can zoom in on them and we can see that it's doing the processing. And this part is dark, except for that it gets overwritten when we do that. So that's interesting. And I'll tell you why. It's because this is not a true pseudo-random. This is the randomness from that algorithm. And what that means is that it's mostly going to be those shades of green. And we can establish that by making it way more common. And now that we have lots and lots of those, there's going to be a certain number of them, but it's still going to mostly be these colors. See, there's a red. There's a yellow. There's the occasional other colors, but mostly it's all this. So the next thing is, can we do this in such a way that it doesn't eradicate things too aggressively? Here's our instantiation. The instantiation is making a random selection of things where the color is basically not really truly random, but that's basically fine. And then the physics engine is taking care of doing the calculations, and it is doing it in a way that is a lot slower than trying to do the entire screen all at once. So can I use one of these channels as a buffer? Bet you I can. I bet you I can. So there's our instantiation. And this is the part that needs to work better. So right now we're just doing Conway's life. A equals 0 means empty space. We can figure that stuff out. Might be a better way of doing this, but for the time being, we're going to live with it. Actually, wait, no, let's not live with it. Let's do something else. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Trying to figure out what I'm doing. Damn it. Well, that's going to be slightly broken, but for now, let's live with it. Doing multiple things. Right. Screw all this. Start over. Christ. Start over. We're not in C anymore. What are you doing? What are you doing, you crazy man? That should be a working statement. As should that. So,
now we're going to do a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got to be careful to run this in the right place. There's our count. There might be ways of doing it in such a way that it is not having to count up all the way, but there's our Conway's life right there. And now spot equals that. So here's how we roll. He says as he tries to figure out how we roll. So far so good. That'll probably even run and not crash. The next thing is to do these rules. I am not drinking more coffee for this. It's bad for me. Sometimes I get stuck on things like this when I want it to operate in a good way and I can't. Let's see if we can do something dumb but effective. So if spot A is larger than 0.0, something's in that spot, should there be? Spot is now a color. So alpha is on or off. If there's something there, then if less than 2 or more than 3, there's your Conway's life rules.
We can reverse this, you know. So, actually, that's the way it's supposed to be. Count is less than 2, it dies, so 0, 0, or more than 3, it dies, 0, 0. And it's more than 0, 0, so we leave it alone. Else, if spot is not more than 0, 0, then that is an empty space. If it is an empty space, pick one of these at random. And use that one. And it caught me making a mistake. Cool, always make mistakes. So that's the stuff that we're doing line by line, but we need to do it in stages, and so we need to do a buffer. And we're doing it on G, the green channel. Instead of A. Yes, yes, no. No, we're reading from A. We're assigning G to what A is. And we're updating G based on what A is, but we're not updating A at this stage. And then we are setting pixel kind of like we do up here. Spot. Settle down, spot. So let's go and see what this does, first of all, if anything. Maybe it'll just crash. It's not crashing, and it's not doing anything yet. That's okay. I didn't expect it to do anything yet. In fact, with the density of packing that this is doing, it wouldn't even be able to sustain Conway's life. So far, so good. That's actually not broken. Here's the step where it becomes more interesting. Maybe we don't even need to use that. Because we are going step by step, aren't we? There's our update, including our buffer. A becomes G, G becomes 0. Let's see what this does. It should make all of these areas die out real quick. And I believe it is successfully doing that. There's nothing in here that would survive Conway's life, so that's all she wrote. Let's see if it kills the... We have a sort of pretty background in there, but otherwise it's not an issue. Okay. Now that we know we can do that, can we pack it more densely and get a Conway's Life thing going? If so, will we see it do its thing as it goes? One thing about it is I do need to draw the black background, but we're starting to look a little bit like the thing. It's doing its thing, all right. I wouldn't call it fast, but it's doing it, and it's doing it in a fairly large screen without unreasonably grinding it in any other way. So one of the things that's going to remain is defining areas. We're starting to look Conway's Life-like. Starting to settle into its zone. The idea is being able to make it settle into a state where if it's finding stuff, it's going to keep track of what the topmost and bottommost things are that count as a pixel or a creature or something like that. And then it'll only generate those. Meaning if I make a tight little confined area, it'll go through a lot quicker. I do need to keep an eye out as to whether I'm actually getting anything that's a thing. I may have it wrong. We'll see. Speaking of which, if I'm doing that, one thing I could do is hype it up a little bit. Also, I don't think my colors are I had a nice random color count in here. I think it ain't working. Give me a node. Go back to 2D. What size is that? I need to make this be the same as this. So, good so far. 832 by 412. Now let's see what that looks like. There we go. Goes through this, turns it into that. I feel like that's too densely packed already. Like I'm not really getting what I want out of this, so let's make that quite a bit smaller. There we go. That's going to sparse it out quite a bit. And I'm just watching to see if this starts looking like Conway's life algorithm or if I've got it wrong somehow. Also, what happens to the colors? They seem to maintain, and that feels positive. Like the idea of that. That's persisting. I feel like I'd see it better if the randomness was bigger. Also, little squiggles like that should be changing a lot. Well, they kind of are. They kind of are. And I can see all of it much faster if I just cut down the size a lot. So let's make this be 100. And that be 110, and now it should run faster. There we go. So the question is this actually, I don't think this counts. It's just not correct. So I did something wrong. I would like to identify what it is that I did wrong, because this is not supposed to be doing this. What's wrong? What's wrong with the thing? That's the density factor. We are able to change that as we go. We're overriding G with A immediately. Should we though? I feel like maybe yes. So we're not updating A just yet. If we don't update this, the spot is 2 across, it's back that a way, it's increasing. We can make it increase more. Hang on. So we should be reading A and updating G, but we're not reading G at all, are we? No. So if G is larger than 0 and it's being assigned to be A. Maybe I should just be reading from A here. And not doing this. So we're just working from this, and these are all the surrounding ones. And these are supposed to be increasing count, and its count is in fact starting at 0. So far so good. If A is larger than 0, or if it's not larger than 0, and count is exactly 3, it should create a new one. And it's doing that. But that's assuming, okay, I see the problem. This is actually meant to be something. So what I'll do is I'll just randomly take one. Here's what we're going to do. So if anything counts as larger than 0, we're going to do it, because otherwise we could be setting it with the one that's adjacent, which happens to be 0, so we're not actually creating a new cell that way, and that's what's breaking this. And then we just repeat the pattern. And that way we are guaranteed to at least get something rather than nothing. So -1, or is that, or +1, -1, +1, -1. Let's put a space in there so that I can see what I'm doing. It's kind of messy. I don't like it. And we got to put some more in. Put it there. Hang on. Slow down. Slow down. What are you doing? What are you doing? You crazy fool. Now what? These need to match. -1, -1. Blank, -1. +1, -1. -1, nothing. +1, nothing. Minus plus. Nothing plus. It's going to be time for me to start making my tacos soon. God is grumbling, roaring and complaining at me. And a plus plus. So all of these have to be larger than 0 for this to count. So it's going to have to take something. So spot G must equal anything, because we can't guarantee that that counts, but we do at least. Let's see if this now works. And we probably don't need to subtract 4 again. It'll be interesting to see whether I can make it be literally 1 off and have that work okay. Hello there, you funny space. You're acting a little bit like you're alive. I think we have a, that's starting to look like Conway's life to me. Now let's see whether we can do it bigger. to 1200. Alrighty, this ought to run a little faster. Here we go. Oh, it's bouncing. Also, you can see the symmetry in the pseudo-randomness there. Also, things are maintaining their colors as they go. So that's unanticipated. I'm not convinced that all of this is functioning properly, but we do have a something. Some of those persistent shapes are what they're supposed to be. We have blinkers. Those are blinkers. Let's try it again, but this time with a wilder variation of numbers. What did I do to do that before? Randi range. And now let's make this a little denser. Indeed, a lot denser. Now let's see what this looks like with prettier colors. A little messy, but all the same. Oh, interesting. We are getting stuff coming in from the edges. Some of our colors are persisting or not. The colors are not affecting the Conway's life factor of it, but the Conway's life factor is tending to override the colors and make them become particular things. So we've got some blinkers. We got a set of colored blinkers that are retaining their colors. That's interesting. Which is kind of as it would be. We've got a split shape in here that is retaining its colors. Or is it? Maybe it's not. No, I think maybe it's changing. Blinkers of a set color do tend to keep the color. That's a thing. Areas that are a set color tend to keep the color. Fixed things like these little shapes persist. Here we have a thing that's being interfered with by another thing of a different color. Let's see what happens to that area. Looks like a flower now. The color is entering into there. So there we go. So, maybe we just make everything run a bunch faster. Let's see how much faster we can make it go. We're running from X, so we could make a big loop. This is working, so we can tighten it back up. You can see what I'm doing. We're not actually updating that. I do wonder whether I could, though. If this Spot A is larger than that, then it's 0 unless it's not. Counts exactly 3, then spot G is whatever is adjacent to it. And we set the pixel. So does this actually do anything? Also, what happens if I only go over 1? Then what? Okay, so now we are manipulating this quite a bit. That's pretty densely packed, but I'm not sure that means it's working. That's no longer immediately turning into Conway's life-looking things. I believe we have a not work. Cool though it looks. Looks cool, but it should be dying out way faster than that. Let's see whether it is this change that caused that to happen. Or whether it is those other changes that caused that to happen. Because my next thing is to make this start running a lot faster. There's a blinker. Yeah, maybe I can just start making it run a lot faster like this. How do I make that step by 10? Maybe I don't want that. Huh. Okay. This ain't gonna work. Oh, this is not gonna work. It's not gonna work at all. It's a giant catastrophe of splat. It's gonna be a disaster. Oh, it's going to be a mess. This is going to be a mess. I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing everything wrong. It's all wrong. It's all a catastrophe. It's going to be doom. Doom, I tell you. Doom. Doom. Doom is going to go splat. Splat, 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 splat. It's going to fail. It's going to fail and be a disaster. What am I even hoping to do? I'm hoping to do that. But we haven't defined x. But now this has to be fixed. How much does it have to be fixed? I think that much. Okay. Rumors of disaster are slightly exaggerated. Let's see if this runs 10 times as fast as it had previously. Hi. You're looking kind of Conway Slifey, except for more colorful. That's nice. That said, I'm not convinced that all of that's correct. Blinkers work, though. Blinkers work and the little spaceships work. Other stuff is trundling along, doing its thing. Yep, we're leaving the right kinds of residue for the most part. And it is running faster than it had. I see the right kinds of blinkers. So here is the next step. Hang on, slow down. Slow down. I know what I'm supposed to do, I just don't know how to do it. This part is correct. I don't know if this part's necessary. So we're going to make it go away and see what happens. And instead of 200, we're going to do 500 and see where we get. So where it says 200, it must say 500. And that alone ought to do it. Now what do we got? And is it running as fast as it was? No, it's chugging a bit. Just a bit. But considering this is all running in GD script, that's not too shabby. Oops. Oops, oops. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. I broke it. I broke it. Oh, good for Adam Neely. He got a kajillion subscribers. Oops, I say. There we are back. I quit the wrong thing. I quit the wrong thing and it went splat. Didn't actually matter. So here we are trying to generate this. And it's a Conway's Game of Life, but in colors. Now that's not the end goal, but it's a different thing, I suppose. Purpley area. Look at that. It's a colony. Colony of whatever those are. And the whole thing is happening over a rather large area, with its limitations as depicted by the way I've kind of outlined it all. Like, it's not like in that edge. The first edge that I have defined there is not actually good. So one thing I could do is let's try forcing it to deal. Here's our physics process. Longitscan is larger than 2,000, 20,000, 2,000. Then Longitscan can be 900. And Y can be 900 to 2,000. No, not 200, 2,000. So now we should be doing the game of lifeiness over a larger area. Oh, hi. It's actually having a big problem now. What's going on here? Yeah, at this point we are chugging. And I'll tell you why. We're chugging because we're doing the game of life thing, but it's counting the world here. see, can we even move? No, we can't because we've gone too far over. It's counting the world here as consumable area, and it's counting this area here as live cells that are packed too tightly with each other. So it's basically running that and doing kind of weird things on the outside edge, like a big, giant, humongous Game of Life thing. And it's not able to do it at the speed that we want. How big is that, though? How much bigger did I make it? Because I made it pretty big. The answer would be pretty big. We're getting some interesting side effects, even though that was never intended. That wasn't supposed to happen, but it kind of did. It's really struggling to run. But yeah, we're filling up the whole area that it's able to process in with some weird stuff. And it's absolutely not able to run fast enough. So this is not going to work at the scale I'm looking at for the whole entire thing. That said, it's doing some interesting stuff. Look, we're even able to calculate. Kinda. It's trying heroically to do its thing. And it does appear to be a Game of Life game in there. It's doing its best. So let's see, let's quit out of there and try something else. So my alpha channel and my green channel are serving different purposes. Alpha can be guaranteed to be like I could be doing this on red and green channels rather than worrying about the alpha channel. Alpha channel can be what everything is stuck inside. So let's see. Let's see. We can do this, and then we use blue instead of alpha. And pass through alpha. Let's pass through green while we have it, because why the heck not? Let's pass through everything. Or, No, this is how I'm depicting, that's how I'm drawing stuff. I wonder whether that's even going to work. Well, only one way to find out. And that means this area needs to not be checking the alpha channel so much as it needs to be checking blue in all these places. So here we go with updating all of these things. There's probably a quicker way of doing this, and my brain's not there. I'm not going to be able to think of the quicker way of doing it. Even in the comments. Now, let's see if having changed that thing, does it still run or have I just broken something completely? Signs point to I done broke something completely. We are not running at all. That said, the things that I did should have worked. So what else might be happening? H2 RGB. Okay, so if I try to edit this, and there's my fragment shader. Alpha is supposed to still be working. If it's 0, then that's fine. Else, if it is not, but it's less than 1, we'll try B and see if that helps at all. What happens now? I changed a bunch of things. I may have made everything die. Well, we're sure not running any faster. And we're visibly not updating anything at all. So that kind of points to having missed something. Having missed something important. So yeah, this is supposed to be updated. We're retaining map color. Or we're keeping, how about what happens if we keep everything exactly the same? G and B. And if the guys are like this, otherwise that makes the alpha go to black, and that's still correct, I think. And my fire's running out. My fire's running out. would kind of suck if I had it working and then just broke it at the last minute and was never able to fix it again. Just saying. So on the theme of never able to fix it again, let's see if that's true. We're instantiating it. Maybe this will help. What if I do this? Do I at least get an initial appearance of colorful backgrounds? Well, I do there. It's really chugging. Hi, Harsh Barcelona. I'm having a harsh time too. That's definitely died. It's fallen over and died. We're instantiating launcher scan. Let's start it at 900. This is the bit that was working before. This is counting it up again, so this was actually working before. Could it be that color B has to be zeroed? What happens if we override this? Now what do we get? It's still really chugging. This thing is really suffering, and I am not seeing any signs of motion here. What we are looking at, that is supposed to be in color, and it's not. And although it's grinding away, it's not doing anything. It's just sitting there. Let's do a whole bunch of undos and see how far back the undo goes. That's absolutely not what I wanted to do. Now, where are we at? Up. Yep. There we go. And so I'm pretty sure 1200. And that's the last thing I did before it all fell over and died. Now, we edited the shader. So the shader also needs to be fixed. Let's see if we have undos for that too. How we doing? Hasn't been many changes here. What did I just change? Can I do a redo? No, that's not going to help much at all, is it? Oh boy. Let's see if it's all broken some more. Let's see if it's all broken some more. Hey. It is and it isn't. Look at that. That part's cool and this part's not. This part's all messed up. Why? Why is this messed up when this is not? Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that to me? $1,500. So what's up with this here? Oh, hi, now it's even worse. Now what? What the actual heck? Yeah, that's very no bueno. Is that because I did this? Apparently that's because I did this. Okay, this is really chugging. It is a very unhappy camper. Or maybe it's happy enough. I mean, it's doing its thing. It's just not doing it in a way that's very helpful to me. I got about a half an hour before I need to start defrosting some food and getting ready to make dinner. My hope is to be able to have it behaving in some kind of way that's acting relatively normal. For values of normal that may remain in question. Seeing as it's doing that, and seeing as I can't do this, what if I did this? We are starting with it showing entirely as red, and that makes no sense whatsoever. Something's wrong there. It's probably inside the shader editor. So if A is 0, it's colored like this. If A is less than 1, each to RGB. Otherwise, it is G and B are equal to R. So there's my color showing. Oh, I changed that too, didn't I? Didn't I? That said, that shouldn't be different. Did I change anything around here? No? Don't think so. What if the color scales are based off of that? Can we make that work? I do not know if we can make this work. we're also taking up kind of more space than it really should. However, our color is now based off of the alpha channel and the alpha channel alone, which has two special values. The value 0 means there's an empty space, and although I am seeing a problem, Zero means it's an empty space under the surface of the moon, and 1 means it is solid. And the solid part seems to be working okay. So that's kind of cool and all, but that's not really what I was after. However, like if I'm able to make that work, I can do a bunch of things based on just the alpha channel, and then other things can do their own thing. I'm pondering that very hard. I believe this is just rendering. I don't think it's actually updating anything. In fact, it can't be updating anything. This is just for display. Now what do we got? Apart from chugging and really grunting and groaning. See, part of what I need to do here is be able to render this in such a way that it's not processing anything it doesn't have to. It needs to be able to run a lot more sparsely, because my rules are going to be more complicated than the Conway rules. So, if we're going to do it like this, that part's probably fine. This part doesn't need to extend as far as that. That'll help a little bit anyway. And we're going to add one more test. don't do anything unless we're in a space that counts as empty. Now what does it do? Runs a lot happier. Which is not to say that it's necessarily doing Conway's life anymore. In fact, it's filling in edges. It's also not able to go up to the edge at all. So I think what we need to do here, it's happier running, but we need to make sure that it's honoring spaces correctly and also processing itself properly inside here, because this is not looking as much like it's meant to. So yeah, it's going to do this stuff only if... Oh, hang on, that's not right at all. I did that completely wrong. We're going to test the one that it's actually calculating on, not the one to the side. This might grind everything to a halt, or it might be fine. And we got to make sure that the spaces are represented correctly. It is having a lot of problems with that wall, but that's just the nature of what we're doing here. Let's make everything a lot smaller. $300. Do that alone and see what happens. Does it make it run a lot faster? Not especially, but there's a chance of it. $1,000. 1,300. Now let's see how you do. Okay, we're going faster now. I'm not that convinced by this, but we're at least continuing to see stuff happening. That's probably the best I can hope for. And we're having some issues with this. Not rendering well. And that I'm not very happy with. That needs fixing. This area with all the colored dots on is supposed to be rendering in as darker. Although that's rendering it as a lot darker, so I think maybe it's just a matter of tweaking. Oh, what the hey? We've got a blotch. We've got a blotch of gray there for no good reason. How's this happening? It's like coral reefs dying. What's going on? Are we losing the ability to calculate? It's eroding. It is eroding away, and the areas that aren't this filled color are ceasing to update. So that's the thing that needs some attention. This stuff only functions as long as those values are there. If they're not, we got a problem. So let's see what's happening with this. Anything equals 0. But anything doesn't get to be 1. So if count equals 3 and anything does not end up being 1, because it's willing to create cells out of the walls of the enclosure, that's no good. Then that turned out to not count. I think this also turns out to not count. Guess we'll find out. And we're testing to make sure that it's not processing on the wall of the enclosure. So we should never be touching A. This is our fitness function. That's the whole thing right there. So away we go. Well, that's getting sparser real quick. And it seems to be behaving itself around the edges, although not to the point of it actually being able to make the... Oh, that's because that can't update. It's not going past that edge, so it's not able to update. Top edge is getting sparser, and the near edge is also not able to function. So let's stretch it out a bit. Go just a little bit farther, and this also can go just a little bit farther. 90 and 1310. Now let's see what we got. We still got weird behavior on that one edge. No question about that. That's definitely strange. Don't know what to do about it. It's just not supposed to be that way. Although I can think of one thing I could try to do about it, which is not be able to instantiate these in here. So and access my lateral scan. It's counting up from 0 to 10, or 0 to 300. Now we have a space. Yeah, it's interacting with the space even. That's not right. That's not right at all. That's making crazy things happen. So we'll ignore that for the moment and look at these other areas. It's still not able to engage with the edges in any sensible way. Edges are not behaving themselves. Top and bottom edges might be, though. Yeah, that stuff is supposed to be going away if it's not able to thrive. Oh, this is turning cool. That's becoming something rich and it's a sea change into something rich and strange. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. So yeah, I feel like I should be able to make Conway's life work on this, if nothing else. It's questionable whether that's actually working. Oh, I remember I wanted to do something else. Let's go into the inspector. Spyglass. Shader parameters. Texture Rack, shader parameters. If we make this be 0.7 instead of 0.9, am I going to get the look I was shooting for originally, or are we failing to do that? Yeah. It looks a little bit like it's meant to be like tinted. So you can sort of vaguely see that there's something there. The problem is it's far too extreme. So let's make these values converge towards each other. 0.6 should make that part darker, and 0.5 should make that part lighter, or possibly not at all, because it's possible that it's just showing through to no, that's definitely darker. Yeah, I can live with that. That's looking more like what it's supposed to look like. You can plainly see that this is a window through the surface into something else. We can have our spotlight on the something else. And then we go through here and it's dark, but it's not total absolute black necessarily. Boy. And our lifelike behaviors are working complete with the full color factor. The color is not actually having any effect on the operating of the algorithm. It's just an accident. But if I'm not mistaken, right now I've got it running in such a way that it's only referring to A, which means alpha. Thank you. Got there. This edge is still not good. That'll never work. But we are proving able to do our updatey thing, figure out what needs to happen. See, my idea from this stuff was more about being able to do this processing without necessarily having to grind like 8 surrounding pixels for every single thing. And operate from the basis of that stored color information, which we are in fact having. All of this color stuff is functioning and working. It's even doing things similar to what I would look to in the final game, but not really, because the final game is not meant to be like they're just cellular organisms spawning from nothingness or whatever. Instead, there's supposed to be a lot more going on, but a lot less of them as they go on. And you're looking at total populations of things. You could look at total populations of these, it's just not as rewarding. Let's make it run faster again. There, it's being instantiated. And we're going to double the speed a little bit, go to 8. This part seems to be working. This part's slowing it down, but I can't really do without it. Okay, so let's see you run. This edge is driving me crazy. What the heck is this even about? Why does it insist upon making a solid wall of guys? Is it simply that I am starting from a solid wall of stuff? One thing I can do is diffuse a certain issue that can happen as follows. If I haven't already... No, I'm already doing that, aren't I? Color. If spot A is larger than 0, meaning if it's not So hang on a second. Was 0 the wall or was 0 the... 0 can be empty space. Let's do an additional check. And spot A is less than 1. Otherwise, we're not even dealing with any of this. Now, what happens? We still have our crazy lines, and they are causing interactions with this, which is cool in its own right, and it's really kind of colorful, but it's not what's supposed to happen. We have it started out, so it shouldn't be making those lines like that. It's making those lines, and I don't know why. And it's making them as sort of the default color. And it's forcing a line, at least one, more like 2, to be always on. That's messed up. That needs to not be. I'm liking how these are causing little colonies all of the same colors, though. That's just an accidental factor of doing it this way. we are processing away. We are seeing the underlying. Yeah, I mean, this is something. What it will become is a whole other story. But this is something. Yeah, so the color of that line is overriding everything. So the nearby stuff, like that green and red, is coming in here, but the color of that line is dominating. And that's because it's being forced into existence. So I got a bug. And here's where that bug lives. There's our set pixel. So this is where it's going to be fixed. So get pixel. And then set pixel. So spot A is going to be something. How about if we use this line of code again? We get pixel. And then we only get to do anything if the spot that we're working on is one of these intermediate realms. But which of those matters? Well, I guess we'll find out. Let's run it and see what happens. What happens? Oh, it fell over and died. That's what happened. Wow, check that out. That's completely unexpected. So instead, if we have spot A being, it wasn't able to do anything with any of the areas. So if it's less than 1, it's either going to be this one or the other one. Signs point to it wanted to be this one. Although we're running into an issue here where it's not able to update this. In fact, there's quite a little area there that's not getting to be updated. But check this out. Go down a little bit. We've got stuff moving in towards the wall. It can't quite get there, but it's moving in towards up. Hey. It can function even though it's not quite touching the wall. See, one of the ideas for the actual game in mind is that these characters get to erode the walls and build new spaces if they are reproducing into them. And thus they change the very tunnels around them, which may or may not be a thing. Let's see if we can get the other wall to behave. Also, out of curiosity, what would happen if I did the opposite thing? Insta-death. Okay, so this is literally the thing that I did not want it to do. And it is producing this issue, so maybe what I'll do is I'll try to fix both of the things by having it iterate past that zone. So Longiscan. Should go farther. I don't know if that's going to help. It wasn't helping before. I feel like we're kind of not going to be able to make that one work. Let's see what it does, though. This offset thing is what's doing it. Yep, see, it's scanning right past that zone, but it's leaving that edge untouched. In fact, it's going it's going like 4 pixels out, which doesn't make any sense at all. So we have an issue there. It's not able to clean up this. And there are points that persist, which is weird. But this is the other part that needed fixing. Well, what happens if I do this? It only updates that if it's in the correct spot, but it does update the rest of the... So there, now we can create up to those walls, but this other end... Hello. Is it directing? I feel like maybe that... Oh, is that interacting? Is that clearing it up? Or is it not? I feel like it's not. That said, we do have Conway Life in color now. Or something. Bits of it look like it's acting correct, and bits of it look like it's not working at all. Like, these individual dots are certainly not supposed to still be there. I may have to give up on the idea of having... what would be causing them to? Is it a instantiating problem? What if we make it not be able to go all the way up to 1? Is that going to fix that problem? I'm like creating pillars by mistake that can't be removed. Yeah, I think that was it. I think I was accidentally going beyond to the point where the character generation was also generating pillars of solid material. Whereas something like this is apparently fine, even though that doesn't... I guess it's a color of some kind in there? I can only assume that must be a color of some kind, otherwise it wouldn't be there. It's acting like a blinker. Yeah, there's another one that's acting like a blinker, but I'm not sure if it is. Maybe it's because it's a dark blue. Can't really see very well. Well, there's one way I could fix that. Spyglass. Texture. Filter. Nearest. Material. Shader. Process? Nope. Text direct. Where am I going to find the size for this thing? Also, we can make it be a little bit darker. So, where am I going to find the size for you? Not there. Material. No, that's a shader again. That's definitely meant to be a shader. Can make it be a little bit lighter, but otherwise no change. It's not going to be a node. Layout. Or is it? Or is that what it's supposed to be? I had a number in here that looked like 32 or 64, and that's the number I'm looking for, but I can't find it now. How about making it smaller? That should do the same thing, right? I think it did the thing. I think. Yeah, blinkers can exist with multiple colors. Okay. That's the way it's going to be. That's the way it's going to be. I am still not thrilled with that edge. It's capable of generating stuff on the edge that doesn't actually get cleared up, but look at that. It's also capable of generating stuff kind of right up close to that edge or directly against. Or is it? No, limits there too. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. This edge is the one that's the bad thing, but the top, bottom, and side edges are basically fine. I like these lifelike behaviors to be able to scooch right up against what I consider to be a wall without interfering with it or interacting with it or breaking it. Just kind of like this area is doing, because then if I have it in narrow little corridors or things like that, then other stuff can happen. If I have it efficiently not it's doing this, right? So I can try to make it run much faster. Now it's chugging, but there's reason to. We're struggling. And there it goes, running a lot faster than it was, and that's why it's chugging. Although if you look at the size of this and imagine like how much the entire area of map actually is, then it becomes a overwhelming scenario. Something where that won't end up being an acceptable answer. I'll have to be able to identify blank areas and not process them. However it is that I'll end up having to do it, I'll end up having to identify blank stuff and then not process it. Because we cannot do this on the entire size of the map. To some extent we can do it at this size, but we cannot do it on the entire size of the map. Especially not in GD script. This is not even running up, and it's 4 o'clock. Tell you what, I'm going to let that chug for a second, and I'm going to go and defrost some of my dinner.
And of course, the fire could use attention. It does tend to happen, especially when I haven't got the tamper on. See how this rolls? You catch, burn. Yeah, so this has been a thing. If I am not mistaken, when I started this morning, I did not know how to do shaders. And I've been able to make shaders. I didn't have it doing the life algorithm, and this is clearly running a version of the game of life. A version of the game of life which is also taking colors and making the colors interact with each other, which is not how I intend to run the game I have in mind, but it is giving a little glimpse of the kind of thing I'm thinking of, where you'd have all these different spaces represented by the craters and things. Maybe everything needs to be scaled down a bit, so the whole size of the map could be like nearest neighbor a quarter the size, because it's really quite overwhelmingly ginormous at the moment. We've got it reading alpha channel to define an area where like underground stuff can exist, and it's busily running, doing its thing, including in areas like this that are now stable. Even areas that are stable and have slight differences in color. And since this is Conway's game of life, interesting things can happen with story value, like supposing if I had a glider that was a cyan color and it came booting down here, it would invade this area and maybe take over one of the other areas. But that's a whole other story. I'm not sure if I'd want to make a game based on that, but it would make certain kinds of game players become upset. Oh no, that's happening in real life, which is not my opinion as to how that goes. So I wonder what would happen if here's an area that's kind of interacting around here, but is it able to erode that final edge? It doesn't look like it is. I would not mind being able to figure out something useful to do about that edge. Having stuff go in that direction, but it can't actually process, and yet we're generating things over there. So one possibility is I could just make sure not to draw anything on that edge, knowing that I'm scanning across and referring to stuff like 2 pixels away. So if I just don't place anything on the edge, then it can't do anything with the edge. And here is my moderately stable life constellation, busily trying to do its thing. So let me quit out of there. And then here's our instantiation. Otherwise, it just goes blank.
0 is a solid area. Now what happens if I take this back out again? Does that give me back the initial problem again? Nope. That looks like that was just an adaptation to what I was doing. But that's not giving me the initial problem again. Instead, we're just fine. Cool. Cool stuff. This kind of thriving as well as it can up against that edge. It's the other edge I'm concerned about, and I think I know what might be able to fix it. So basically the way this is working, it's doing its calculations here. It's doing a get pixel and making sure that if it's doing any of this stuff, it has to be not actually processing on a wall pixel, so there's that. It's 2 steps over. So the follow-up is the part that's objectionable. But we're stepping right beyond the point where offset goes. So we can step right past the edge, but it's not representing the edge properly. Instead, what it's doing, I'm going to step these back a little bit because it's chugging so hard. Instead, what it's doing is not being able to update those things. Probably because I'm testing to make sure So if getPixel is less than 1, that's the one we're working on. So it should be able to walk right past. So the question is, what about this part? This is the part that's analyzing, but this is the part that's updating. What if this? Oh, it died. Didn't like that. Not one bit. Oh, didn't like that at all. But we can probably fix that because that's just a var spot. So let's use a different name for it now. What do we call, we've designed the entire thing, but now we're copying it over a couple of stages behind so that the 2D cellular automata has been processed, and now we're following along 2 lines later to get it up to snuff. What do we call that? Because that was the part. Hey, before 23. I don't know, install the new values to what they're supposed to be. Blit comes to mind. now what happens? Does it crash and die? No, it does not. I don't like those edges. We're going to have to fix that. Oh, and hello, look at this here. Look at what we've got here. We've got live organisms in this space, and they're going up against the wall but not able to interact with it, and so they're acting like they are live organisms in a enclosed space defined by the alpha channel. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Interesting. So, yup. It's grinding away up a storm. The question is, how rapidly can I make it process only empty space areas? Because part of the point of this is having them be able to move around once they're no longer just Conway's life algorithm. And I can't just go processing the entire surface of the moon. Like, that's big. It's taken me a while to go across there. We're supposed to be able to have tunnels going all around and across here. And it might just not be a good idea to have this map be as big as this, because nothing will be able to get anywhere. It's simply too large of a space. We are busily Conway lifing over there. And I can make it scroll faster at the cost of having the life algorithm run a lot slower. But it's tricky. But this is cool. I'm happy with what this has arrived at. I feel like now what I can do is generate voids in the alpha channel. Also, I think at this point, it's calculating everything off of the alpha channel. I think. Let me refer to the code a little bit and see what it's doing, because I feel like maybe it's successfully doing that. Like, maybe we've got the alpha channel representing empty, full of moon rock and inaccessible, or like 1 to about 254 different colors that are persistent, and in the life algorithm, the way it's being generated, are able to reproduce. So we've got spaces here that are being generated as colonies. They're like bacterial colonies with slightly different DNA in competition with each other, and they're kind of doing their thing. Well, these ones are kissing. Look at that. But the way they're working, they're kind of interacting in that way. Let's see what happens if we make them way denser. Here's our establishment stuff. Because this stuff is now working again. Let's make it way denser and see what happens. Oh, it went splat. That's interesting. What's going on there? Well, that's cool, but I didn't expect that to happen. What did I do? Let's put it back and see if it goes back again. Okay. Yeah, if we do this, we have a big empty space, which is getting filled with colonies in a very minimal way. So what happened that I changed it, and then all of a sudden, a lot of it was empty space? There we go. Maybe they were just so dense that they just flamed out. Could that be it? Because that's returning to a state of normalcy fairly quickly. What if we make it just hyper overdense? Guys larger than this or less than this, we're going to make lots of guys, and then they're immediately going to be subject to the algorithm. Yeah, man. Densify it too much, everything dies. And then just narrow little bits of them come out. Can it make the whole thing completely fail to work? Yeah, because what's happening is I am filling this area so densely with guys that everything instantly dies in the very first cycle. And then we get this, which apparently is creating a growing colony that's extending in a geometrical way. Let's watch this for a while and see what it does. Because look, it's a pattern. This is some kind of funky little coral reef, and it is extending its way along. The bottom is all a consistent color, and then the top is various colors, and this is one of the possible outputs of this. Once you've filled the space so densely with guys that the first stage immediately kills everything. Because, of course, this is Conway's life algorithm, so I can't just fill all the cells with ones and then expect anything to happen. So yeah, away we go. There is a calculation that I would like to make that would speed this up, as far as counting where in the vertical space anything is happening, and being able to skip over areas where nothing is going to happen because there's too much empty space. So yeah, what we've got here is mostly these yellow guys, but then we've got a couple of little representative genomes of other kinds, except for this purple one's either going to go away, or the orange one's either going to go away or it's going to take over. Red one's gone. Orange one is sort of expanding. That's a glider. Cool. And its color is taking over that area. I'm not sure if anybody's done color life, but it seems to be a thing. Those little blue dots, those are just very simple shapes. Very simple, stable shapes. Very dark blue, too. Yeah, so let's start over and see if we can get one that is incredibly dense, but not totally broken. How about roughly half and half? Yeah, that died away real quick. You just can't overload the space too much. How about larger than 129? Yeah, that's emptied out the space kind of a lot. So how about this? Oh man, that left next to nothing. There's just a few stable things left, and that's it. So that's no good. Well, that's going to be a lot more dense. Also, we can do a more intense randomization. There we go. That's busy. And as we continue to grind away, see, I wonder whether any of this could be done on shaders. We're doing this in CPU, but I wonder how much of it could be done on the shader, because what we're doing is just different operations on pixels on there, so it does make me wonder. It would be crazy if you could do it on shaders and then it's like, okay, Conway's life go brrr, and then it produces something like this, but at instantaneous speed. Because right now, this is not what you'd call instantaneous speed. But I'm pretty happy with the look of it. Oh, look. Hybrid static things. Spattering of different kinds of colonies and how they interact or don't. Also, we have a cute little stoplighty. Oh, nope, it's gone. There was a cute little stoplighty thing that was a 0 and an X alternately blinking. I gotta say, I'm into how this is working. So I guess the next question becomes this. We're loading this, we're drawing these, but what if I didn't actually, like, can I draw, well, first of all, how about I back this up or save it in some way? Like this moon data. How about we compress this so that I have a backup? And then I feel like graphic converter might be my best bet as far as being able to. Oh, it wants me to. Yeah. Fine. It wants me to wait for a long time because I haven't bought this and I've had this kicking around for ages. I almost never open this program. You're bugging me. Don't bug me more. Don't bug me more, please. If you're making my life hard, I'm going to be less likely to want to buy your thing. That just makes me sad. So, this might be able to let me draw on the alpha channel without, by default, obliterating the actual info. I don't know, but I think it might just be able to let me do that. That said, it's a beast to work with this program. Picture, colors, no, let's not change those things around. What I want to do is be working on only the alpha channel rather than any of the other channels and leaving the other channels the heck alone. Ooh, FFT. Not going to be useful. Here's a channel submenu. split into the same window. That's not showing anything. Oh, no, wait, now it is. It's working on a very big image, so it's struggling. That's just given me the 3 channels. I don't see the alpha. That's a little frustrating. That could maybe be a problem. Let's undo that and go back. If indeed it will let me do that. Will you let me? Will you not? It will not. See, there's your problem. Oh, there's a separate alpha channel thing in an entirely different menu. Okay, join. There we go. So that's not even what I wanted. But there was another menu that said alpha channel. Show a new window. That's a lot of black. And it looks like that's showing me an alpha channel for each of the... That's crazy. So let's start this over again. Moon data... PNG. Let's open with this that hopefully is still open, and so it won't become upset with me and ask me for stuff again. There it is. This is very large. Now if I go to the alpha channel menu over here, we don't want to remove, I want to show in a new window. I want to see whether, okay, that's looking a little bit better. That is looking a little bit more like what I had in mind. So the big question here is, here we've got this, and hang on a second. Here we've got this. Now technically I should be able to do this in a Godot program, even if I can't do it any other way. But my question becomes, can I draw on the alpha channel with something? Like there's a pencil tool without messing with the other channel. This is all black, so I think that means no transparency. If I invert it, go for a much bigger brush, it's a 24 pixel brush, it looks pathetically tiny. What I am seeing is it is applying it to the grayscale. That's frustrating. Although it's just drawing it, the question is whether it is actually rendering that. Well, one way to find out. Quit. We should be able to save just like this. We've got the other one backed up, so we have a emergency recourse. If this works, it'll be cool. If not, it'll be somewhat less than cool. If it turns out I'm able to do this work using this, I tell you what, I'll buy it. It's been kicking around and usually not being very useful to me, but that could all change if it turns out that this is a thing that can work. Oh, and also, alrighty. Now let's quit out of here and see what we've got. Re-import. Now what do we see? Weird. So here's a thing. It's looking a little bit like it's doing what I wanted, but all the edges of this are crazy. And it's really chugging. It doesn't want to work. And it's very upset with me for something. But that is drawing stuff as alpha channel. It's just that it's going crazy underneath, so what else could be happening with this? We're overwriting it like this. Can we... What's it making it... I mean, what's making it do the color the way that it is, though? That's most dissatisfying. Can we force that to not be doing what it's doing? Well, firstly, if we do not try to do this, then what? Like, if we don't make those, gotta make something. What if we retain all the other channels? Does it then do something nice to me? Or is it just a big meanie? So if we tell it to do this, now it's only manipulating alpha channel, and it shouldn't really be grinding that much harder because we're still operating. Yep, see, it made all of that become colors and has then ceased to do anything. What's up with that? Why would it do this? Why would it do this? It's drawing from the underlying graphic. Okay, so back into the breach. During my last 15 minutes or so of the day, we were able to work on this in this program. It's going to make me wait a long time to start up, but that's fair. It was starting to do the thing. It was sort of in on the verge of doing the thing. I've had this for a lot longer than 102 days. I am pretty sure that the reason it's doing this is simply like I never see this thing. That said, although it's acting weird, we are at least seeing that alpha channel. So let's do that same thing again. Alpha channel, show a new window. Now let's do a threshold control on it. I want it to be only black and white. Threshold. Did that do it? I see jaggies. That's probably going to mean that it's going to do it. Do the thing. Save it and save. Let's see if that straightened out the funny shapes. We're gonna reselect this and we're gonna re-import. See if it's any happier now. Haha. But we're still having big issues here. Why is it doing this thing? It's not able to do anything this way. And it's really chugging up a storm. What is up with you? You were working before. What is going on? Is there something I should know about this shader? I should have made it go to 0 and 1. That's what the A channel should be doing. So if it is literally 0, then we draw it like that. And I think it was doing that effectively. However, if it is less than 1, so what if we tell it to do this? Maybe we're saving with some kind of funny floating point thing where if I do that, then what happens? Oh, it still did the thing. I kind of watched it do the thing. Okay, so that's weird. Make it even more aggressive. Nope, still doing the thing. What is up with you, sir, that you do this? You weren't doing this before. So that didn't change anything, so I'm putting it back to 1.0. I don't know why color is doing that. We're going to explore the idea. Because it's not this part, it's this part that was doing it. It went beyond the range of that square that was defined. So what's up with that? Well, this part's important and it was working before. Again, could it all be just, no, it's still doing the thing. That part's still okay. This part just stopped working and I didn't change anything but the background map. And now there it is, but all the background is always being drawn by a interaction with the craters and stuff, but they're being rendered as graphics. What's going on? What is going on that's causing that to happen? That did not help. How about we make this bit go away and see what happens? Get pixel and set pixel. Worst comes to worst, we can just take away the set pixel and see if that makes it stop happening. Okay. Having done this, now it is drawing the initial set of pixels. But it's not updating anything. Good, good, we progress. Let's see if we can make that draw only when there was a blank space, because that's another stage in the direction that this can go. So, map color, get pixel. There's the density of our stuff. If it's not being drawn, then okay, so maybe what I need to do is just only apply this here. We only do this thing if the qualities are met. No else. And we're not concerned about this. We can still count, that's fine. So far so good. And so what if we're expecting 1 there? Assignment, caught me doing another mistake. There we go. So now map color A has to be 1, otherwise we're not going there. This should draw only over, nope, didn't work. Oh, Boolean. I mean logical. Logical. Try that again. Cool, it's doing exactly the opposite of what it's supposed to do. That's a good sign. I wasn't expecting that. That's literally the opposite of what I thought was going to happen. So instead we do this. Does it have the, is it drawing the backwards? But now if we do this, it's drawing them. And it's drawing them only in these intersecting spaces. So what happens, having done that, if we now go through and do the splitting? First of all, can you run? Not quite. Do we have you backwards? Nope. Can we redo, please? Thank you. So here's your problem. We can draw it in the right place, but it's still drawing that funny color and it's not actually doing the work. There's your problem. So let's make it run slower. And here we go. And it's grinding through more slowly, and now it can't do anything. I'm able to create these guys in these spaces, but now they can't process at all. So what's up with all that? Why is it doing that? Firstly, blitting is probably fine. So, this might be part of our problem. Let's find out. If we're not actually updating anything, it's not supposed to work, but we'll see what happens. And it is still drawing. Although now it's having a much easier time of it, but it's still drawing. What is up? I mean, ideally, you'd define a larger range, and then these guys would be sort of growing and going on journeys in these tunnels, these places. But we seem to have been able to absolutely nuke the whole thing for no good reason. Yeah, I've got very few minutes during my stream today to solve this. I would like to, but I don't know if that's practical. So yeah, get pixel. We're getting the pixels. So far, so good. If A is less than 1, then we will attempt to process. Seems like most cases it is. Seems like when we do run it, we're erroneously filling in this area, but we're not filling in the area that's meant to be totally solid. Alpha is meant to be various things. That's the surrounding pixel colors. So if get moon data is less than 1, that means it's part of the empty area. That means alpha should be 0, unless it's not. anything is filling in, so if spot A is larger than 0, let's start forcing alpha to 0 and seeing what happens. Because we're going to be using it, so let's see what we can do when we force it. So if we force it constantly to 0, it's not actually changing anything except for now that we can see the scan line. That's interesting. And we're absolutely not functioning. So that color is being added by the follow-up. Huh. If split A is less than 1, then it equals G. So what's up with... Are we ever updating G? Or have we just caused G to automatically be... Huh. I think I might know where this is coming from now. We got to check for that. If split A is larger than 0, then it's going to be assigned to G, but we're never actually touching G, nor are we blanking it, because previously we're blanking it out. Now we're not. So now what do we got? Okay, well, it seems to be not working as a game of life, but now it's not doing the thing. Slowly, slowly we progress. What do we change up here? Well, we made a bunch of this. We're leaving this alone by not updating that. Instead, that's just, we're just only manipulating. We're not manipulating G anymore, other than it's our background. So yeah, we got that, but now we don't have, we just overlaid it. So we're supposed to be writing to G. And this didn't actually fix anything, so maybe we need to take this back out. We're supposed to be writing to G and then reading from G. Only when A is this, and so now if we do that, what do we got? Oh, not great. That is not awesome. We're still not honoring the alpha channel. So G is supposed to go to 0, or G is supposed to go to whatever this is. And so if A is less than solid wall, but A is supposed to let them reproduce, so it can be from 0. Anything starts as 0. anything becomes the alpha channel, but did we define it properly? What if we stop making this be the thing? I know we need to apply it to something, so if we use that, and then we're not touching B, so we should be able to leave that alone. And now we're only placing them in that's going to be a nope. Do I see other color pixels in there somewhere? I see shades of gray. That's not the same. I need parentheses. Let's get my parentheses rolling. And it needs to be larger than 0 this time. Makes use of what and what again? Now I don't have a color. So if I force it to do this and then I start doing stuff, at some point I'm like, that's not even going to work. I saw that after I did it. We need another paren. Okay, it ran through, but it didn't do anything. We had a working version of Conway's Game of Life in here at one point. I tell you. It existed and it was running before I started doing this stuff. How if we just draw this all in black? See what it does then. Yep, just do the background in black. That's not the bits I care about. And it's still drawing it in the colors from the green. Not great. Not great, folks. Not great. We have lost all that we made. Sometimes that's how that rolls. So if map color A, which is supposed to be the basic data, so that's supposed to be 0 if we have it as empty space. And we are overriding it with pure 0, and we'll see what happens. And again, we are starting with a colored image down here, and then it's immediately being replaced by this, which then never changes. Wow. Okay. By which I mean not particularly okay. Why are you doing this? But alpha equals split G. We're loading G into here. G's supposed to be our other... My fire's going out again. I know I'm not supposed to be reading from G. What I had previously when it was drawing a big black square, that was working, kinda. I've now got it so that it can draw how about you just force black? Okay, we can draw this, but then it's still not doing the thing. This can't have to do with the shader editor because it's ceasing to interact. Color has to come from A. A is getting overwritten with G somehow. And this is just display. This is only display. This is not actually doing anything. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's supposed to be right. That's supposed to be right. Blit is what is causing my problem. But A equals G. That's what's causing this, all right. Set pixel, that's fine. It shouldn't be working from this unless it has to. So what if I instead narrow the range a huge amount? Larger than 0.3 and also less than 0.9. That should still retain some of the stuff. Or no, less than 0.6. What does it make it happen now? We've got our base colors, and I'm pretty sure it's overlaid with something, but it's limiting its effect. And we're drawing a big black square because we're doing that elsewhere. We can stop doing that because it didn't help. We fail to do that, then this is what we get. And we see it go through once, and then we don't see it do anything else ever. Because we filled G with the contents of this calculation, but then we can't apply it somehow. Why can't we apply it? Spot G equals anything. Spot G equals 0. So spot J, it will narrow this one instead. 3 or less than 0.9. If we narrow this one, and widen that one, that's the blit. It's going to be applying G, making it be A, but G is only supposed to be a certain range. And that ain't it. So if we zoom in, what does it look like? It looks like we've got a few little specks here and there, but on the whole, it's mostly a spattering of just what's being turned into background. Larger than 0, less than 1.0. What if anything less than 0.9 or 0.5? We can only produce that if it is a proper color. No, it looks the same as ever. I can't make it stop doing this. It's pulling information out of the grayscale and just dumping it all over everything, so I can't have any colors in there anymore. It's just replacing everything with the background. That makes no sense at all. What's going on here that it's causing it? Could it be pulling from B somehow? Do I need to draw everything as black now? Like, we can run this thing. It's just unhelpful because we start out as the colors that it needs to be, and then it forces them to be this, whatever it was originally going to be. Holy crud. This is what I would describe as a big mess. 100 to 140. I can just see the base layer and then I see nothing. How about 130 to 140? Let's make it much narrower. What happens then? Interesting. Okay. We learned something. Sparser overlays everything with this color that's actually the background texture. But the sparsity stays. So if it's a very narrow range, it runs, it overlays the things with the underlying texture. So what if instead of doing this and only drawing it there, we force this to be in G as well? I don't see anything happening though. So those should actually be going away if they're single pixels. That said, we're seeing something happen that is at least interesting. And I really should go and eat food. I should be done for the day. It's really hard to be done for the day when things are this screwed up. So here's what we're doing. Let's make it be bigger again. 20. Now it's more dense. There's the colors. There they are being replaced with, but not all of them though. What is the deal with this? What's the actual deal? this worked super appropriately before. Do I need to only have this be like a fixed amount? What happens if I do that? Nope, then they started out as just a single color. I can only barely see it off the bottom of the screen, but that's definitely not an improvement. Oh boy. Losing my damn mind here. So we're checking for this. We're checking to see that that is not... Let's make it work for literally everything. It can never be as high as that. Didn't help. We've neutralized that. Here's the alpha channel being measured. That's what we're trying to refer to. It has to be larger than 0. 0 is empty. Wall is 1. So that makes anything become literally wall. So we hard check it to make sure that it's less than that. If we're going to instantiate something, otherwise spot G becomes literal 0. Does that mean that we also have to update spot A? We shouldn't. We really, really shouldn't. This should be fine. But we did. What happened? Oh. Hi! Something's happening. It's not all good, but it's alive. So now what we need to do is stop it filling in this area with solid areas. That's spot A. So maybe this is the part that... Is that the part that made it be alive, or is that the part that makes it die? Okay, that just looks weird now. Okay, it needed that. That's the part that's filling it in with bad color. No bueno. So that needs to be there, but what about this? Does this need to be there? I don't know why it's doing that. And this is absolutely chopping holes in everything, and that's not okay. Not only that, we appear to not have successful This is deeply weird. I don't know why it's doing this. If we fixed that there, so now if we don't set G here, then what? Hi. You look like you're a little closer to being able to function, while not quite being there. Stuff is kind of trying to do its thing, but then it's also running into these big problems because it is causing... You can see here that it's eroding the area with solid. Like that dark area, that is supposed to be what it looks like when it's a solid area, but it's eroding it, it's working through it. And that's making it not function in the way that it's supposed to. Although it's making a pretty pattern. I'll give it that. But yeah, this is super messed up. It's doing more than it used to. Okay, so we got there. This stuff was working before without being changed. This is the part that's blowing up. So if less than 2 or larger than 3, G is 0. A also becomes 0 because we're blanking that spot out. It needs to stay that way. But if count equals 3, we're creating 1. And anything is less than 1, then G becomes anything. What if A becomes 0? What then? Hello, that did exactly the wrong thing. That did exactly the opposite thing that it was supposed to do. It's now not able to function. And we do still have some little dots that aren't supposed to be there. It's only able to do one installation of it. Alrighty. So if A becomes 1 rather than... Now what's going to happen? This is wild craziness here. That's actually super unhelpful. That's still not doing anything useful. Wow. A little more logic test. What do we got now? I feel like we're leaving spaces in here that are not supposed to be looking like that. I don't know whether they're being created that way or what's happening. But this has ceased to work like the thing it started out with. But it is working within the context of these spaces I've created. Some of them are running fairly smoothly, and some of them are making what I would call cave-ins on the moon, where it's just generating these blocked areas. I see 2 different shades of gray there. That's not right. And yet it's moving, it's doing something. This is very mysterious. I really need to stop. I really need to stop. Let's make it very dense and see what we get. Oh, hi. When we get really dense, what ends up happening is I see all of that stuff coming through again. This is not what we want to see. It's pretty, but it's not what we want to see. It's a sort of weird cellular automata that's causing pathological results. And it's the colored bits that I care about, but we're not getting to see any of those, really. And it would be pretty if it wasn't so screwed up. If we are instantiating it, maybe we can go through and make it a big blank area and see what happens then. Force it to be darkness. Like my soul as I deal with this nonsense. So that should, in theory, restore the previous behavior in which we're making a big blank area. Well, one thing about it, it's eroding away into the areas that are fair game. It's just not filling them correctly. See, it's kind of expanding outwards. They're eating away at the walls. Something's deeply wrong. What if everything goes totally black? Well, then we see it being drawn in black, but it doesn't change what's happening around it. We still got this funny pattern. What's up with that funny pattern? What's it doing? We're just wildly hacking at this point. Like, what's going to make this behave? That's obviously not correct because that's just filling everything in with a solid. Cool enough as it goes. Oh man, it's getting really weird. Look, it's able to operate within the basis of that. It's growing calcified growths that are being depicted in white. Eek. Get pixel and set pixel. That's still what it's supposed to be doing. Maybe I've just got these spaced wrongly. Maybe I've mysteriously omitted a tab somehow. Oh, I feel like that's just made it worse, although I see more color now. But this background, that background is still there. It's not supposed to look like this. It is absolutely not supposed to look like this. This no longer even vaguely resembles Conway's Life. Although it's a growing pile of mold. Got that going for me. Look at it go. Woof. Can this alpha channel somehow be faintly off, like so that every now and then the values... I made it be threshold. That should make it be... It's 8-bit. How can it be anything other than 8-bit? Oh, hi. That's definitely not supposed to be as high as that. Having changed that, now what happens? Apart from we still have this problem. just only doing this bit. We've seriously got an issue with this dumping information in here that's not supposed to be here. How is it getting the underlying color? That's literally not supposed to be there. Nor is it supposed to be drawing over the alpha in the way that it's doing. So if I was a proper YouTuber, I suppose I'd be smashing my keyboard or computer around about now. I'm not a proper enough YouTuber. I'm starting to get really hungry though because I'm skipping dinner for this, and that's not an appropriate thing to do. And we did this. And this is where everything went weird. I wish I had a copy of how it was earlier. I've lost that now. I don't have it anymore. Let's make this always be 0.5 and see what it does. See, this is what I don't want it to do. And now it's getting stuck and it's not doing anything. If this goes to 0.0, it's getting stuck. If this is not even here, it's doing the original problem again. If this is making A go to nothing, it's the original problem again. This is a heck of a problem. This is really fighting everything that I'm trying to do to make it be better. I mean, when I do this, it doesn't even update. It doesn't even do its thing. We're supposed to be able to do this, you know. When I do this, no, it's still kind of no worky though. It's filling in this detailed pattern that then can't budge, and that's not okay. I think I needed to check about this. Yeah, see, it's applying the underlying picture. That makes no sense. Where is it even getting that? Where is it even getting that? See, if I do this, at least something's happening. At least it's doing some kind of cellular automated thing where it's moving. Something's happening. It's doing something within the narrow range that it has to do it in. But it's also drawing the alpha away. It's like ripping the alpha away from underneath itself. It's eating into the walls. Or is it? Oh, maybe not. It's not eating into the walls, but it's eroding walls into the tunnels is what it's doing. And when it does that, it can't budge. And then if these both get deleted, and we go back to this, dead. Totally, completely dead. Nothing's happening. If I do literally the opposite, that should break everything completely. Like, this should absolutely fail to work in any way. But instead, it's an ever-changing pattern of nonsense that makes no sense. This shouldn't be this densely full of stuff, much less be densely full of stuff that is also patterned on the shape. Like, see the green? See the blue? That is densely full of stuff that shouldn't be even doing anything, that is patterned on the underlying colors that it's not even supposed to be able to see at this stage. That is what I would call really messed up. Like, my question is, where is it even getting that? It's pretty, but where is it even getting it? Where is it even getting these patterns? They're not Conway's Game of Life, I know that. They're not making any of the appropriate shapes, nor are the appropriate shapes in the inverse. It's like it's some finely detailed filigree of floating point errors or something. And it's always shaded with the underlying map that it shouldn't even be able to connect to at all. And when I say shaded, that makes me wonder whether it's the shader again. And this is all that's in the shader. So let's fine-tune the shader. Way less than solid, or way more than nothing? Well, that sure did something, but it's not actually changing the behavior at all. That is now the underlying color, because it's being, rather than being drawn as darkness, it's now being drawn as the most vivid red you could imagine. So we actually want it to be 0, to have it be drawing through there. But we want it to not be... Now what do we got? Okay, so here's our problem again. And then let's force it to an unreasonable state and see what happens. It's still drawing the filigree, but now it's drawing it without a color. Okay, what does that mean? If color A is 0, then we draw it times density, so making it a little bit darker. Else, if color is less than 0, So we shouldn't be able to do this. It's very much like our PNG file is saved with some kind of lossy compression that's causing this junk. Could that be it? Well, there's a simple thing that we can do about it. Firstly, let's quit out of this. If this is all being caused by that application that I used, I'm not going to buy it. Moon data PNG, 30.5 megs. That does seem about right. Move you out of the way. Oh, no, hang on. Stop. Let's just rename you. Now we can move it out. And undo this. 18 went to 30 when I made a simple change. Now, if we go to scene, data import, re-import, now what do we got? Nothing happening. Alrighty. Now, if we go to our script, if we can find it, right? Scene, mun, script. Come on, please, show me the script. Come on, be a sport. That's better. So we got all this sitting around. This is the part that we took away. We got nothing. Please take that debugger away. Take that debugger away from me. I don't need it anymore. There we go. And now we try to draw some of this stuff in here. I don't think we needed this before. This is what we were trying to check against. And it's never going to be that. So now we need to sort of try to force it into a new zone. We did this both times, so that's going to be fine. That part's going to be fine. And we draw a big black area. And I still see a pattern. Now, if we do this, and I still see a pattern. Okay, well, if you rewind this stream, it's getting on towards 6. I'm running out of time to do anything, much less eat. So this is bad. This is very, very, very bad. That said, what the heck is you? No, that should be fine. Just trying to undo stuff that I think needed undoing. That's still bad. That's still nothing. Could it be that I made it too densely? Let's find out. Nope. No, it's dead. We have nothing. Okay, so you guys got to watch a stream during which I took this program, went through a whole process, invented shaders, made shaders work, brought them to fruition, made a version of Conway's Life that ran in this system in limited spaces, and used alpha channel, unless it was green channel. I think maybe it was green channel that I was going with, and drew multicolored life forms that did Conway's Life and had persistent colors as they bred and changed and interacted with each other, and then it all died. So I don't know what we're going to do next week. This might be a goner. I don't know. I'm doing the best I can, and, they can't all be zingers. So on that note, I am happy to accept commiserations from anybody who has sat with me through all of this. This has been way more than 8 hours, culminating in absolutely nothing. But the other day I did make some algorithms for better reverbs, and so I guess it's... you do what you can. And on that note, I will bid you good night, and I'm going to go and make some tacos and think about anything other than what I was just trying to do. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.